do it. occasion and giving some very insightful words. We also had an icon giving away the Next Gen Icon Awards, the legendary, our cricket legend, Shri Kapil Dev. We also had our chairman, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, to grace the occasion. And believe you me, he was the most energy-full of them all. So what a fantastic start to this convention, and I'm so glad all of you are here. We are all gathered here to discuss this very vital sector and its dynamic landscape and its contribution to India's growth economy, the real estate sector. Now, the biggest slogan of India's socialism is, of course, Roti, Kapda or Makan. Makan being the most important, the most lucrative, and the most illustrious aspect of them all. So on that note, let's start this auspicious day by paying our respects to our country. I would request everyone to kindly stand where they are for the national anthem. And because this country believes in unity in diversity, let's hear the unity in the national anthem from all of you. Can we have the national anthem, please?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Everybody together, Jai Hind! Jai Hind! Thank you so much. Well, no day is complete and no day can begin rightfully without taking the blessings of the Almighty. On that note, I would request everyone to kindly pay attention to the Ganesh Vandana that will be played now. And it would be best if we could take a moment of silence, close your eyes, pay our respects to God, and just enjoy this moment. Can we have the Ganesh Vandana, please?
दैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय सुख मनसे गुरु पूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय तुह्य प्रवराय गुरवे.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our day is already going better with that Ganesh Vandana. So before we begin the next speaker who's going to come on the stage and give the welcome address, I need to know from everybody, do we have the energy to take on the day? Oh wow, I like it already. All right, so we're going to do a quick little exercise. I think you're already there. So let's reach the peak. We're going to do the shake it off. Everybody knows the shake it off? What is the shake it off? Come on, hands up in the air. Higher up in the air. Everybody. I can't see everybody's hands up in the air. And shake it off. Come on, shake it off. Shake off that loose energy. On the right, on the left, in front, down below and up there. Higher, higher, higher. Come on. Everybody's hands. Wave them really hard and clap it off. Fantastic. What a great audience you all are. I can't wait to start this day. And with that, I'm going to call upon our welcome address, which is going to be given by Shri G. Hari Babu, President of NAREDCO, who deserves a big round of applause, please. Welcome, sir.
Good morning to all. Good morning. So, from each state, many people have come, almost from 15 states, we have representations here today. And thank you for everyone who have attended. You have spent money, you have spent time, and you have given heart to the NAREDCO National. Thank you, sir. I am really honored to see all of you. Normally, first day, yesterday we have 750 people. And it is a huge number for this hall. But we are lucky we have that many people. Today, second day also, we have a reasonably good number of 400 to 500 people. Normally what happens in the second day, only 20% people will be staying and most of the people leave. But today, because of our NAREDCO brand, everybody is coming and staying here today. Thank you, thank you, thank you again. And coming to our problems, in relating to the various items, just I want to apprise our chief guest, Om Birla Sahab, actually fallen sick. He's in the hospital now. If everything goes well, he said, by evening, he will try to come here. So another gentleman, next gentleman also falls in COVID. And he's in the home and privately. And actually 4 people have come, supposed to be there from Hyderabad. All the 4 got COVID and people left. So this is the very important time again. Once again, we are lucky that COVID is not spread, but our event is getting closed, but COVID is again shooting up. So please take care of your health, and I hope everybody will be going to your native places with good health. Thank you. Sir, regarding our issues, first issue is Land Title Guarantee Act. In 2019, our Niti Aayog introduced the bill like RERA bill. RERA bill also discussed for several years, and finally each state government has to be adopted, and finally we have almost 27 states adopted the RERA bill. Similar way, 2019 when Niti Aayog was introduced, all the states are supposed to follow the same thing. But unfortunately, 20 and 21, because of the COVID problems, the act got postponed and delayed. And finally, only one state started this AP, that is Andhra Pradesh, the Land Title Guarantee Act. And the biggest protest has come from whom? Can you believe it? It is from advocates. Advocates protesting bringing a bill of Land Title Guarantee Act. Why? So they want to drag our cases in the courts and make money. They are the biggest losers of their jobs. So all the advocates in last 25 days in Karnoolu, every day they are sitting for half an hour before court and protesting and putting the badges and everything. The act is so good, And as you know very well, it is actually giving act. I have just explained what the act. Whoever is the landlord, whoever is having the property, is there any claims on this property by any third party? Within 3 years, if nobody is claiming any rights on that particular property, the owner will be given a certificate that your land title is perfect and you can do whatever you want. And no legal fightings will be entertained future. Sir, here major problems are coming like this. As long as the owner is, that old owner is staying, no cases will be filed, and banks are giving loan, and we can mortgage to anybody, no objections will be raised at that time. Once the property is transferred to the realtor or developer, immediately people will come and say, we have the rights. And they file the case. And you know, in the Indian legal issues, it will be 10 to 12 years, 15 years also taking the cases. And I will give one small example. 1991, one gentleman purchased the property from father and 2 sons. 1991 to 98, he was the owner. 99, he sold to a second party. 2007, a realtor bought the property. 2008, he made the layout and he sold the property. 2023, that means 9 plus 23, 32 years later, the lady of that gentleman files the case against the father and 2 brothers, and also the present plot owners. These are the issues. Actually, it is a very long pending issue, and finally it has taken up by the Niti Aayog, and the act was passed, but no state has implemented. In RERA also, sir, you know very well, we have the title insurance. The act says title insurance is essential, but any RERA people, any RERA registrations with the title insurance, can you show me one registration? Comfortably, we are saying omitted. Every act you are looking, but as far as the title guarantee act, title insurance is concerned, we are just ignoring the thing. Why? Because there is no single company to insure our properties. Every insurance company knows very clearly the land in India is subject to litigation. Why foreign companies and IT companies or industries request always the government to allot the land? Looking about this type of problems. Let government acquire the property and then allot to the industry, so that only compensation issues are there, then only they will bother about these things. No question of looking into title, this thing. So, all the foreign people, even though land is available with us, they will not touch our property. Even though we are giving it 30% or 50% cheaper, still they don't want to buy from us. They want to take only from the government. They don't want to go into litigation. To avoid all these future litigations, the Land Title Guarantee Act is required. And I request all the state representatives here sitting here, please approach your RERA committees and see that your state is also implementing this act. Wonderful act. We can go through this one. Then coming to the next problem, sir, this is skilling workers. NAREDCO has taken an initiative. Last 2 years we have done 27,500 skilling in various states, about almost 8 states. The total workforce in this industry is 7 million people, 70 lakh. These 7 million people, 27,000 is nothing. Nothing actually. We have done not 0.001%. What is the problem? Because the labor force, they don't want to waste even 2 hours or 3 hours. If the 2 hours is available, they want to go for work and get some money. They don't want to come for the skilling and all these things. Then we are paying the labor cess, sir. Everybody knows, all the builders are aware, we are paying the labor cess. 1,50,000 crores are laying in various states. For every builder has to pay 1% of the cost of the construction, and that money has to be paid in advance. In Andhra, Telangana and these places, we are paying in advance before the starting of construction itself. And all that money is laying, and no state government utilizing those funds for the purpose of labor. They would have utilized it for the purpose of three things, sir. One is for the skilling. One side, we are finding shortage of labor. Another side, we are thinking there is no job opportunities. Job opportunities not there for the purpose of white collar jobs, but job opportunities for the working also is becoming difficult because they don't have the knowledge what to do. Every state, whatever the labor cess funds are available with them, they have to introduce a scheme, at least every worker to be paid at least for 10 or 15 days. That for 10-15 days, they have to get the trained in various places, and those people should be available. The normal salary, normal wages for a non-skilled worker is about 500 rupees per day, but he knows the skilling of that particular job, he gets about 1,000 rupees, double the amount, which is good for our economy, which is good for our everything. For our once he earns 1,000 rupees and his wife also earns 500 rupees, it makes at least 35,000-40,000 rupees salaries, and he will also try to think of buying one more property for himself for the future generation. It helps our society, our fraternity. So this is the request. Every state president also go to the place to their governments and request them use the funds available in the labor cess form. Then coming to the sustainability, sir, every day we are discussing about the sustainability of the various things. When 1901 to 2001, from 3 crores population, 30 crores is increased. During that time, we used to drink the water from the tap. We used to drink the water from canals and rivers straight. From 2001, the urbanization started slowly increasing. Now, all the PET bottles, RO water bottles, and no, even villages, please believe me, sir, in every village, RO plants are installed, and people are taking only RO water. We have abused the water so big way, unbelievably we have abused. No water in the country is potable today. Either you name the Ganga, or Krishna, or Godavari, whatever the names you have. Why? Our STP systems are miserable failures, sir. Our STP systems are miserably failed, and all the cities' pollution and the dirt is left into the rivers. For example, you take our Hyderabad Musi River. All the muck is going to the Musi River. Ultimately, what is the Musi River? Musi River goes to the Krishna and joins it before Vijayawada. Like that, Nasik people left this thing, and another Varungabad. Like that, no? Each city, wherever the banks are there, they are letting into the rivers. So not this only river, all the rivers in the India. So the water pollution is terrible, and for that, the only one thing is our STP standards, and everything has to be fixed very high level. Recently, Singapore, about 4 years back, the Prime Minister of the Singapore, he took the water, that this is the STP water where I can consume it. He opened the bottle, and it is a processed water from the STP, and then he consumed. He asked everybody to do it. Because the quality has gone to such a level in just a neighbor country where it's very 55 lakhs population, and they are having the beautiful systems, and not even one plant in any place in India, that type of plants. This is very, very unfortunate. So government has to look into this problem. And another thing is also dust, unbelievable dust pollution is there. And air pollution, Delhi is very famous for that. Not only Delhi, sir, slowly, Delhi situation is coming to every city. And if every city in winter time, out of these guests, 4 people are sick because of the pollution in Delhi today. It is terrible. I think what is that we are doing? Are we creating the cities under the name of high-rise, low-rise, all these things, but we are abusing the water, pollution, air and dust. And in addition to that, traffic jams. And previously, 20-25 kilometers per speed is the common in the cities. And from when I have the 8 kilometers away, my office and residence, I used to come for the lunch, 1 hour break. I used to come to the house and take the lunch and go back to office. Today, same 8 kilometers, it will take 45 minutes for me to come to home. Then lunch means again you go to the 45 minutes. So I stopped. Then what I have done? So I started work from home. That is work from home, office come residence. So I am the only, maybe one or maybe realtor from last 25, 30 years, from 1995. I am working house and my office is one place. So I don't have any problem, no traffic jams for me, no pollution for me. So just a small staircase, I come down, work for 8 hours, 9 hours, go to upstairs. Life is beautiful in that way. So why I'm telling this one? Work from home, next job is actually in good old days, all the factories used to have factory plus attached to factory colonies. So there is no necessity for anybody to go to the factory by road, but people used to go by walk because colony and factory is almost in a 200 acres or 500 acres or 1,000 acres, depends on the bigness. Now what happens is IT industries are taking place. All the IT industry people, they are setting up their offices at one place, consolidated in one place, and asking the entire crowd to come there. Today, in Hyderabad, we have 8 lakh employees traveling. Bengaluru is having about 12.5 lakhs. All the people, morning time, from all the cities, they are coming to the one place. That is the biggest traffic jam. There is no decentralization of the buildings any place. Decentralization of development is not there. It is all by concentrated development at one place. So these are some of the issues. Then we are putting lots and lots of money on the cities. For example, if I take our metro rail in Hyderabad, we have population of almost 1.2 crore now. The metro is serving 2,45,000 people, 2,50,000 only per day. The 2,50,000 passengers means it is only 1,25,000. One is up and one is down. So it is actually 1,25,000 people only using the metro. And what is the expenditure we have put? What is the government subsidy have put? 14,000 crores invested. 14,000 crores invested on the metro, serving only for 1,25,000 people, but out of the population of 1.2 crore. Is it really, is anybody looking at the economics of this type of thing? Same 40,000 crores, on the day, government would have acquired at least 10,000 to 15,000 acres comfortably, or even 20,000 acres comfortably, and build. One metro cost would have been one satellite town with some other new things. But we keep on, now 70 kilometers, we spend 14,000. We want to spend another 80 kilometers, and for that 20,000 crores. And we want to go for another 100 kilometers. We want to invest another 40,000 crores. This is keep on investing in it is like a big obesity person increasing his, he disposes his pant, shirt and everything clothing, and buys another 6 months, another clothing, another setup, and again he becomes fat, then again he leaves, then again it puts the another new. So it is adding a new, but it is not important to reduce the size. Because we are not, no government is looking today for reducing our fatty, unpolluted cities. And yesterday also I discussed, India needs about at least 100 new cities in this country. So each city should take at least 20 to 25 lakhs in next 15, 20 years or 25 years. And all the government offices, courts, all these things have to be shifted to the new cities. And mostly in the new cities, the culture of office space and also living space should be at pockets. If one industry is coming there, you allot some land for the residential, also allot for the working. So these are the various problems we are facing, sir. I think from this forum, if I say something, it will go to the media, and some people, at least government officials, will hear. That is not that I am repeating again. These are the heights of the problems what we have. So anyhow, thank you very much for all of you for listening me. And once again, Jai Hind, thank you, bye.
Thank you so much, Sri Haribabuji, for those insightful words. I would like to call upon our next speaker for the day, and that is Dr. Shrikant Baldi, IAS Chairperson, Himachal Pradesh, RERA. Can we have you on stage, sir, please? Can we have a big round of applause for our next speaker? Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. President of NAREDCO, Shri Hari Babuji, all the dignitaries present here, industry leaders, officers from various government departments, media. First of all, I would like to thank NAREDCO for giving me this opportunity to discuss about RERA with this audience. I know that yesterday there was a full session on RERA. I could not make it yesterday. Yesterday, as Mr. Hari Babu mentioned, this hall was full. But today we have a very serious persons who are present here, very good group. And I thank all of you for that. Himachal RERA, I will come to that. But before this, I think this convention, the 16th convention of NAREDCO, is being held when real estate is looking up. If we see Indian economy, the growth last year was 7.2%, and this year it is going to be 7.3%. So the Indian economy is looking up, and as per the first advance estimate, the construction sector is growing more than 10%. So that shows that construction sector is taking up. The real estate sector is also looking up very nice. The budget which was presented by Honorable Finance Minister on 1st of this month, if you have seen the Indian economy review, this have a snapshot of real estate sector which is very, very promising. If we see the real estate sector, the demand has gone up. Even the year-on-year, the price growth, which was coming down from 2012 till COVID, is now going up. So that shows that there is investors upbeat and things are looking up. New projects are coming up. The most important thing which I picked up from the Indian Economy Review, which was released on 1st, was that the bank credit, which was around 7.3% for the real estate sector, housing sector, has gone up now to 8.7% of the GDP. That shows that the housing sector, people have much more demand, the credit has risen, and this shows that real estate sector is going to grow in future and going to be the most important employment generator and building of the nation. Now, coming to RERA, as you know, this has been the reform by the Government of India. The new act has come in 2016. The RERAs have been set up all over the country, and now they are working. Fortunately, I am also the chairman of All India Forum of RERA. We have this association like NAREDCO, where all the chairpersons, members meet regularly and discuss the issues. How do we improve the working of RERAs across the country? We have been working on simplification of processes, better web portal, single systems, and also discussing the best practices in various states, and try that can be emulated in other states, so the working is better for all the stakeholders. I consider RERA to be a bridge between the developers and the home buyers, and how could we play that role, that is very, very important. And I would like to now come to Himachal RERA. Though Himachal RERA is very, very small compared to the total landscape, this was set up in 1st January 2020, and I am the first chairperson of the RERA. When we started working, we had the clear way that how do we serve our various stakeholders, whether they are developers or home buyers, and we started working on that. I would like to give some of the innovations we have done, which we are trying that they serve. As you know, the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act provides that we do online registration. for the promoters, all the projects. That is obviously mandated by law. But what we have done better is that we are not asking for any physical documents at all. Himachal RERA does not take any physical document from any project developer. Everything is online. The second thing is, whatever observations are made are online, which is visible, which are transparent. So the focus of convention, trust with transparency, we have inbuilt that whatever observations are made by anyone, whether it is member or chairperson, are visible to the promoter. And all the observations are already well set. They are already defined. It's not that somebody could put additional observation. If there is any new idea, it has to be discussed first in the authority and then we can put it. So the observations are there and the registration is given online. So we don't have the authority meeting or physical invitation to a promoter to discuss a project. It is online and it is given registration. So that is the way we have worked to provide the service of registration to the developer and promoters. Not only that, if there is a need of renewal or updation of any documents, that is also done online. All the QPRs, APRs obviously are online. In addition to this, what we have done is that what we have seen is that many a time pre-registration of the project, a promoter requires to get the clearances from other departments. So we have a project facilitation module also, that if there is any issue with any department, the promoter can come to us and we will talk with the department to resolve that issue. So even we are working pre-registration to facilitate the promoters for that work. The second aspect about the safeguarding home buyers' interest, all of you are aware, we are definitely working on that, and all the grievances and complaints we hear online, mostly through the web portal, virtual. We do not want to invite the complainant or the promoter's representative or advocate to our office or to the courtroom, and it is virtually done to decide the cases, so that time and energy is not utilized. So the motto which we took was from beginning is that we should have zero footfall of the promoters, allottees, home buyers to our office, and that we have achieved. That is the most important motto we have told, that one should not visit the office for any services. One is welcome to have a cup of tea to discuss any other issue, but not for the services which we provide. The third part, what we have done is, regarding transparency, is that it is not only the home buyers and the promoters. You require the information availability, because we get a lot of information and documents from the promoters. Even the QPRs and APRs are there. So all the documents which are submitted is available in public domain. We don't have any separate document available to RERA. Whatever is submitted is available online, so there is a complete transparency, because the documents are meant for the prospective home buyers or any stakeholder, and they can see. Like our dashboard, which is on our website, is updated based on QPR. So every project, one can see how many units have been sold, how many are still left out, what is the location. So somebody is interested to buy, he can immediately go on updated version, which is available after every quarter. So our dashboard is updated after every quarter based on the quarterly progress report submitted and the documents available. So the transparency is there. So what we have tried is to have full transparency on all the services which we are providing, and that is the motto we are trying to do. So it is not the pathway for 2047, why not in 2024? So we should do for that. The second component is about trust. How do we build the trust? The trust is obviously based on transparency, but on virtual discussions with various developers and promoters, what we found that there are certain issues which fall in the domain of the state government. So there, as a RERA, our role is of recommendations, and we have vigorously followed with the state government of Himachal Pradesh to resolve many issues. In last 2-3 years, I would like to inform that, and I think most of the developers would be very happy that what we have done in Himachal, though Himachal is very small compared to the overall scenario. One is, we were talking about the clearances. So when I took over as chairperson RERA, and from the discussion we found that there are a lot of clearances to get the planning permissions or sanctioned drawings. And we discussed with the town country planning department, and we thought that most of the clearances which are required, let's say from the electricity board or for the forest department and others, are not required pre-sanctioned approval. As a self-certification could be sufficient. So you would be happy to know that today in Himachal Pradesh, to getting any sanctioned drawings, no prior clearances is required. It is only self-certification which we could move. The second issue which was raised by many promoters is that, as you know, when you complete the project, there is a completion certificate, there is a occupancy certificate, and all the certificate you have to move again and again. So we again had a discussion with the government. We discussed that can these two certificates be merged, and last year the CC and OC was merged, and now there is only one certificate required. That one is not to go to the department again and again, only one CC certificate, part certificate or full certificate is required. So one is not to go again and again for getting the certificates. And the third thing, I think, which is very, very important change, which has been brought out last year in Himachal Pradesh, is that in most of the states, when you have the sanctioned drawings, that is for a period. Like in Himachal Pradesh, it was 3 years and then extendable by 2 years, 5 years. So whenever you have a RERA registered projects and the time period is more, then you require the revalidation of drawings and sanctions and then again come back. And even this becomes a problem. So we talked with the government again and requested that whether it is possible to look for the time horizon, because what is the purpose of giving any planning permission or sanctions is to ensure that there is a planned development. And you would be happy that Himachal last year has made the amendment in Town Country Planning Act, and now the sanctioned drawings validity is perpetual. There is no time limit. So that has solved many issues, because once you have got a sanctioned drawings, now there is no time limit where we need to work on this. So these are the small changes we have done to build the trust. So trust with transparency, that motto we are trying to fill in our small, humble way in Himachal Pradesh. And as I mentioned, we discuss these issues in our All India Forum also, where we meet regularly and try that the good practices and best practices are moved from one state to another, and where we can serve, whether it is promoters, developers, and real estate as a sector, and we can work together for this. RERA as a whole has been able to do a lot of work. As you know, large number of registration of the projects has been done in timely. Completion has been expedited, and even the grievance redressal has been very, very good. We as I4RERA is open for any suggestions. Mr. Hari Babu mentioned many points. I have noted down them, and we'll try that we take up in the next meeting. And if there is any suggestion come from NAREDCO or any body, we will definitely take up that whatever could be done at our domain level in the states, and we'll try to do this. So I would like to thank NAREDCO for giving me this opportunity. We always look for these interactions, and we will always try to provide whatever good services we can provide to the various stakeholders. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shrikant Baldi. I would request you to kindly stay on stage, please. And I would request Mr. Gopal Krishna and Ms. Ratnamala Swayam to kindly grace the stage to felicitate our guest. Can we have a big round of applause for our eminent speaker, please? Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Thank you so much. Thank you. Up next, I would like to call upon the Andhra Pradesh RERA Chairman, Shri Rajashekhar Reddy, to kindly come up on stage along with his team, which is namely Mr. Jagannatha Rao and Kamesh, who are also members of the Andhra Pradesh RERA. Sir, can I request you, all of you, to kindly come up on stage? We would like to felicitate your presence and thank you so much for being here. And to felicitate them, I would like to call upon Shri Hari Babu back on stage and Mr. Sukhbir Sharma. Shri Hari Babu, you know the stage loves you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. We are very grateful that our conclave has been graced by eminent leaders of the industry and respected government officials. And we would like to honor their presence, starting with Mr. Birendra Bhushan, IAS, member RERA Jharkhand. Sir, can I request you to kindly come up on stage, please? And I would also request Mr. Manoj Tripathi and Mr. Pavitra to kindly come up on stage to felicitate Mr. Birendra's presence. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, sir. We would also like to honor the presence of Mr. Dhananjay Devangan, IAS member RERA Chhattisgarh, and I would also request Mr. Suresh Patel and Mr. Anil Suri to kindly come up on stage to felicitate his presence. Welcome, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the real estate sector is expected to grow exponentially in the coming decade. From USD 180 billion in 2020 to the projected market size of $1 trillion by 2030. Now, this growth has been fueled by various government-led policies, initiatives for enhancing the ease of doing business, foreign investments in the sector, and fostering global collaborations. This two-day conclave focuses on shaping the future of commercial real estate in India and will feature a range of topics that are relevant to the current market. These will include government support for the sector, affordable housing, the impact of RERA, financing options, technology integration, investment opportunities, and especially the focus on India's Vision 2047. We have a line of panel discussions and fireside chats to discuss these topics, and we're also opening the floor for a Q&A round after every discussion. So let's start with the first panel discussion, a fireside chat of today. And I would like to call upon our panelists for this fireside chat, which is based on the fractional ownership and SM REITs. Starting with our first panelist, I would like to call upon Mr. Shiv Parekh, founder and CEO, HBITS. Can we have you on stage, sir? Mr. Shiv. Can we welcome him with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Followed by Mr. Sudarshan Lodha, co-founder, Strata. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. Thank you. Mr. Mupa Chaudhary, VP, NAREDCO. And last but not the least, CA Amit Kumar Kedia, who is also going to be moderating this very interesting session. Can we welcome them with a big round of applause, everybody? Over to you, Mr. Amit Kumar.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. So it's second day and it looks like you all are a bit tired. Is it so? Are you sure? So now, today, I thank the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Shri Hiranandani ji, Chairman of NAREDCO, Haribabu Saab, President NAREDCO, and all the executive committee members for taking and thinking over this topic, the fractional ownership and small and medium REITs, as one of the sessions for these 2 days conclave. Friends, today when we look forward that today when India is taking a bridge of escalating itself to a new horizon, where you all have contributed in national development. Am I correct? Has this word not been wrong with me? Are we a part of national development? Are we partners to national development? And do we see ourselves as a Viksit Bharat 2047 as the partner to Viksit Bharat? So yes, this session today will going to bring all of us together to put ourselves to 2047 as a Viksit Bharat. Here today, we have our panelist, Shri Shiv Parekh ji, who is the founder of HBITS. We have along with us Vice President NAREDCO, Shri Mupa ji, and we have Sudarshan Lodha ji, who is co-founder of Strata. We would be discussing about a topic that is fractional ownership and small and medium REITs regulations, which is to be there very soon. Friends, I would like to start my journey since 1990, where we as a country opened our borders for the FDI. Then SEBI came in place in 1992. Later on, as Baldi sir have told, that RERA, which have come with the transparency and with more uniformity, RERA was there way back in 2017. Between that, I would like to call upon our one of the panelists, Sri Sunil Jain ji, from Rajasthan NAREDCO. I please invite him to be one of the panelists. Then GST came, Digital India was there, and then the regulations of SM REITs. So friends, combined together, when we have seen the FDIs, the real estate development, where the transparency and uniformity was there, REITs, the REITs was there, and where the Digital India came. In 2019, a new concept of fractional ownership was there, wherein we were facing, because of the stringentness of GST, the liquidity vanished from the system. Fractional ownership got incorporated. Fractional ownership was not incorporated in 2019. In our families also we have seen that when we go and buy a property, 4, 5 brothers used to come together, used to pool up their money and used to purchase a property. This concept was a type of a fractional ownership only. Moving forward, this concept was made a public, wherein the liquidity crunch was going through across the country, and the fractional ownership came in place. Sooner, SEBI realized that if the fractional ownership platforms are not being regulated, then it could going to create some issues in time to come with the investors. So a regulation is to be there, it's needed to be placed in very well in place. So combined together, from 1992 till May 23, whatever achievements our country had done, a regulation was proposed in form of a consultation paper of small and medium REITs. So this was the background to set the context of today's panel discussion. At the end, we would be having our question and answer sessions also. So please be patient and looking forward for your questions also. So my first question is to Shiv Parekh ji. Shiv ji, can you please tell what are the properties which can be put in place as for the fractional ownership and the small and medium REITs? Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Amit ji, and that's a great background and introduction and journey of fractional ownerships and SM REITs. Just before I answer your query, just to give a little bit of background as to how fractional ownership has evolved in the last few years and how the regulation has taken shape, or rather the proposed regulation. So I think few of the players, ourselves, Sudarshan's company started about 4 or 5 years ago. And we've seen a lot of investor interest because you're getting 8 to 9% rental yield in these properties, these office properties, warehousing properties that are rented to, MNCs or large Indian corporates. Only issue is that the asset sizes are 20, 50, 100 crore. So out of the reach of most retail investors. And like Amit ji said, in the past, it's happened in an informal way, brothers coming together and owning a property. And platforms like ourselves have tried to offer it in a professional way over the last 4 or 5 years. So we've been in touch with SEBI since 2022 when they took note of this industry growing. And they took our feedback, our views, and then in May they came up with a consultation paper, detailing it how this, the new regulation would look like for this business model. Post that in November, there was a SEBI board meeting for which this proposal was put, and now we're just waiting for the final notification. So that's where we are today. To touch upon the asset size, I think the way SEBI is thinking about it is that any asset between 25 to 500 crore would be applicable, and it should be a rent-generating asset. The reason I think is twofold. One is in terms of the asset sizes. I think SEBI's view is that anything less than 25 crore maybe doesn't really have the quality to be listed on platform and to distribute it to retail investors. Anything above 500 crore, they've taken the view that that is for the traditional REIT model. And MSM REITs are, and MSM, the full form is medium, small and micro. So that is between 25 and 500 crore. And then as of today, they don't want under construction properties to be listed on the platform. They only want rent generating assets. So investors completely secure and starts earning returns from day one.
Thank you. So what are the type of properties like we can pool in this small and medium REITs or like the fractional ownership? Definitely it should be an income yielding asset, but what are the type of assets like we should put in?
No, so I think the universe is extremely large, right? You talk about offices, warehouses, data centers, schools, hospitals, any of these type of assets. Just to, in Gurgaon over here, you'll have multiple assets. In Bangalore, in ORR, in Mumbai, in BKC, whether it's units within buildings or full buildings themselves, any of these assets can be listed on the platform once, constructed, rented out. So for developers, traditionally, for a developer, only the top 4, 5, 7 developers in the country had access to these large funds. But any other mid-sized developer, even if you look at the 3 REITs, or rather 4 REITs, 1 mall REIT and 3 office REITs, there are only 4 REITs today. And the market cap of these REITs are 30,000 crore. What about a developer who has a few 100 crore of assets, a few 1,000 crore of assets? His option in the past was only to sell to an ultra HNI. An ultra HNI who would buy a 30 crore, 50 crore asset. And the issue with that is dealing with ultra HNIs, every ultra HNI has his or her own whims and fancies. Here you are dealing with a standardized structure where you're able to exit your share on the platform. Just to touch upon some numbers, if I just talk about the office space, 800 million square feet of grade A offices in India. That's approximately 8 lakh crore worth of offices of grade A offices. Out of which only 55,000 crore are the 3 office REITs. So there's 7,50,000 crore of assets that are there to be exited. As of now, either the developer has taken LRD or a few of them have been sold to ultra HNIs. But that's not a scalable model. That's not a way to provide liquidity and exits to developers so they can do their job, which is taking the funds in constructed assets and investing in new land and building the new India.
Thank you. So Sudarshan-ji, if we have a party, then people dancing in the party should be more. So how many people or who are the people who would be there involved in this small and medium REITs? The people who are involved that would be there.
Very interesting question. Firstly, thank you, and thank you, Anil Suriji, for having me. Thanks to his insistence to be a part of this session, and again, thank you again. Mic's not working? Hello? Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. I was just saying thanks to Anil Suriji for having me here. I mean, thanks to his insistence on being a part of this. In terms of your question, there are 2 people who will join the party, right? One is developers and the second one is investors as such, right? But there's a third person also who will join the party, are a lot of these end corporate owners who do. Like for instance, a good focus for us this year is healthcare. Unfortunately, before healthcare, all the hospitals own their own hospitals themselves. And for them to scale, the only option was to accumulate profits and then continue building more or get some grants from the government in terms of the lands cheaper or whatever it is and then do it. For a developer, hospital has not made commercial sense in general is because usi same land pe, the developer can get a higher rental at a lower construction cost for an office space or a residential where his realization is better. And then a hospital, he'll get low rental and a higher construction cost. So it does not make ROI sense for developers, which is why hospitals haven't scaled in India. I'm just giving a hospital as an example. But that's the niche which we are trying to see and trying to scale up in that. A similar segment, we got reached out by a very large Japanese company which owns 70 acres and have a factory put forth over there. Now that asset, I think they would have bought it for 7-10 crores 20 years back. Today it's worth about 500-600 crores. So they're saying, can we work with you to do either a sale and lease back of sorts, which will allow them liquidity because they're not moving out for 20 years. But that money could be used for R&D, supply chain and something better by helping them unlock capital out of an asset class which has never been unlocked. So that's another very innovative new joinee to the party which is going to come. But otherwise for developers, the two ways to look at it, let's say there are 3 tiers of developer. Tier 1 developer makes at least 3 to 5 million square feet a year, which means does a turnover, in office I'm talking, or commercial in general, does a turnover of about 3,000-5,000 crores. Then you get developers who do a turnover of anywhere between 500 to 1,000, and then developers who do less than 500. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. ऐसा नहीं है कि सब कोई grade A नहीं है. Everyone's grade A as such in general. Everyone wants to make quality stock. I'm putting them in tiers basis the stock they are making. Tier 1 get all the large funds of the world who are backing them. Blackstone, Brookfield, GIC, all these funds who give money cheaper because it's cheap capital for them, etc. And they're able to scale. The medium guys are only relying on ultra HNI, is what Shiv mentioned, who can participate. Maybe smaller funds are participating. And in the medium category, it's anyway less than 500 crores, so he's not interested, or his aspiration is to scale above there. So our focus is for the tier 3 and tier 2. Okay, we can be your Blackstone, we can be your GIC, we can be your Brookfield as such. If you want to play in the tier 1 category, you need an institutional backing, and we can be that institutional backing for you and continue backing. कि आप ये मत सोचो कि every asset should be retained with me only. You're a developer, your job is to develop and unlock more and more opportunities in the market. Partner with the right folks who will always ensure that your brand reputation is always ensured, right? Because when you sell to HNIs as such, property maintenance is probably not done properly. People don't pay property tax on time, insurance, bunch of these other compliance issues which come because end of the HNIs, and they do not understand the entire real estate business as such because it's just about parking money for them, right? But end of the day, your brand reputation goes for a toss because somebody will come and say, okay, let's say NAREDCO as a builder, they'll say, oh, NAREDCO ki building mein tenants ke saath issue ho gaya tha because they're not maintaining the property or etc. Right? So to ensure that we're saying that have an institutional backer where capital is always available for you, and you focus so I'm your financial partner, and you can focus on developing more and more, leasing more and more, and we keep backing you in everything. So at the same time, so this was taken care of from the developer's party interest, right? In the party, he's happy over there. Now, how do I bring investors? Now, investors today, with the money they had, they could own apartments where they're making 2%, 3% kind of returns. As such, now we're giving those people an opportunity to own grade A assets and make 8-9% returns. So for them, it's a great thing, number one. Second is also, if some investor had 5-10 crores, what do you get in 5-10 crores in today's world, right? Even in a city like Hyderabad today, 10 years back it was cheap. Today, in 10 crores, you get nothing in Hyderabad also, right? Apartments are going beyond that. So the idea is, can we give them grade A office ka opportunity कि हाँ, can I own a 2 Horizon Center? Can I own a 1 Horizon Center, which are the marquee properties? First is, at 10 crore, I don't even have the ability to even look into these assets क्योंकि औकात के बारे, right? Very out of my reach to even consider. Number one. Second is, how do I even identify if something is available for sale? So today we give an opportunity on a platter to an investor कि you can choose why only Gurgaon, invest in Bangalore, invest in Mumbai, invest in Hyderabad, invest in Pune, all the growth markets. Otherwise, for you as an investor, issues are how to identify asset, how do I determine the value of the asset, how do I do the legal due diligence? Because in India, there's a different law in every city, every state. More than that, in Mumbai, you go, every street is a different law altogether, right? So understanding the nuances, that's what you come to us as professionals where we handle everything and give it to them, right? So the party will be going on for 24 hours now because it's a win-win situation for everybody in the ecosystem.
Yeah, to add on, when we say 1 + 1 is 2, and we say 1 और 1 11 हो जाते हैं, so it is in a similar manner. When Sudarshan ji have told that the assets could be of any part of the country, so the investors could be also from any part of the country. When we say that because of the coming of the small and medium REITs, the asset size in which they can invest would be as small as 10 lakh rupees. So for example, I'm just having 50 lakh rupees in my pocket, and I want to purchase some commercial. So I can diversify myself in 5 different assets, maybe one in Mumbai, one in Bangalore, one in Hyderabad, one in Delhi, one in Kolkata. And in this similar manner, with diversification, I can enjoy the returns. So over to you, Mupa Chaudhary Saab, our Vice President NAREDCO. Saab, what would be the advantage of this SM REITs moving forward? इसका क्या फायदा होने वाला है investors को आने वाले समय में आपको कैसा लगता है, and how do you find developers को क्या इससे फायदा होएगा? साहब आपसे सुनना पसंद करेंगे.
So good morning friends. So this topic is very interesting to all of our builders. So because we are able to find one more avenue to sell our product and make fast money and do many projects. So I will start with the REITs. Actually, REITs are very popular in USA and other countries. In India, the REIT regulations was passed in 2014. The first REIT was listed in 2019. So far, about 4 to 5 REITs are only listed in India. So after 10 years of the regulation, there are not many REITs. This is only because of the investment size. So if you want to raise a REIT, at least you should put 500 crores. In our country, only very few big builders can put 500 crores. That's why it was not so popular. So to fill the gap, this fractional ownership has come, and small builders, they are able to put their sales through different platforms. So again, this is not regulated by the SEBI, and hence investors has doubt, and all the investors are not interested. Only very few investors who are familiar with this system are coming forward. SEBI has come out to fill this gap and modified its regulations. In November 2023, it has modified the regulations and reduced the investment size to 50 crores, which is a very boom for real estate industry, especially for all of our builders. So this 50 crores is very reasonable, and up to 500 crores starting from 50 to 500 crores, any property which is leased, we can place it on REITs and get money and go for many more projects. So I will give a small example. This is going to boost our real estate industry in a larger sense. So it is going to create a new era of real estate development. Why? I will tell you. I will give a small example. You see RERA. So when RERA was introduced, after the RERA, the real estate boom has come. We can see for the last 4 or 5 years, the number has gone up and the size of real estate has boosted. Everybody is talking about real estate. Even the GDP growth has contributed to the GDP growth also. Why? This is only because of, this is creating a lot of confidence in the customers. The customer he is sure that his property is delivered in time and it is done in a good manner and everything is fine. So RERA will take care of everything. So the builder is also very comfortable because his activities are voluntarily controlled. So he is conserving his capital, he is not diverting the money to the other projects. Automatically he is getting more money and he can concentrate on more number of projects. And again, the banker is also very happy because half of his job is done by RERA. So he need not go into very large details of the developer. So every periodical reports have to be submitted by the developer to the RERA, which is controlling the builder. So this is how this is all contributed for the development of the real estate, and we are able to see this for the last 4 or 5 years, how the real estate has grown. And again, after the introduction of these SME REITs, all of us, most of us, we are sitting here who are small builders, we have one more option. And I feel that after 4 or 5 years, this is going to be one of the major business for the developers. So builders all please concentrate and try to encash this type of investment also. So that is the what I feel.
Sunil ji, over to you. Do you think, Sunil ji, tier 2, tier 3 cities would going to come up with some advantage of this SM REITs coming in place once the regulations is there?
Thank you. Thank you, NAREDCO. Thank you, Amit ji. Thank you for giving me opportunity to interact with you. Only in the morning, just 10 minutes before, I was asked to be here and share my thoughts on this. But I'm really delighted because this topic is very close to my heart. I was thinking that this in real estate market, fractional ownership is something which was very, very important, and but proper attention was not given to it. In 2014, first notification came about the REIT. 2014, way back, 10 years back. बस 5 साल तक उसके बाद में कुछ ज़्यादा कुछ हुआ नहीं, और अभी भी सिर्फ 50,000 करोड़ के REIT हमारे पास आ पाए, और that's a very small amount looking to this size of the country and size of the real estate market. तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो एक रिवोल्यूशनरी स्टेप मैं समझता हूँ हुआ है, और आई विल ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन मैं उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट देखता हूँ और क्या किस एज ए डेवलपर और एज ए इन्वेस्टर क्या हमें कुछ करना चाहिए इसके लिए. देखिए, जॉइंट स्टॉक का जो कॉन्सेप्ट था वो इंडिया में इट केम इन 17th सेंचुरी, 20th सेंचुरी में काफ़ी पॉपुलर हुआ. जॉइंट स्टॉक का मतलब ये है कि कुछ कंपनियां खड़ी करनी है तो शेयर मार्केट से पैसा थोड़े थोड़े इन्वेस्टर से लिया जाए और कंपनी खड़ी की जाए. दिस इज जॉइंट स्टॉक, एंड नाउ द रीट इज अ जॉइंट स्टॉक ऑफ रियल एस्टेट. तो जो जॉइंट स्टॉक हो रहा है उससे क्या होगा, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी चीज़ें होने वाली है, बहुत सारी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स में आने वाली है. अभी हम लोग छड़ते हैं उस पर प्रॉपर्टी पे और इन्वेस्टर को उतार देते हैं, फिर एक प्रॉपर्टी क्रिएट रहती है. तो जो सिस्टम में पैसा पड़ा हुआ है कैपिटल मार्केट में, अमित जी, अभी ये स्थिति है कि इंटरनेशनली देयर इज अ ह्यूज कैपिटल सरप्लस इन द सिस्टम.
अब लेकिन क्या ये पैसा टियर 2, टियर 3 तक पहुंच पाएगा?
मैं उस पर आ रहा हूँ. आई एम कमिंग टू दैट. I'm giving the background because I'm here to give my thoughts also. So I'm taking that opportunity also because I think that will be beneficial to the audience. Your purpose is also that. So I'm coming to your question also because that's a very small thing. I haven't been given 2 minutes time, so I will address that. So जो कैपिटल मार्केट की सरप्लस पड़ी हुई है सिस्टम में इंटरनेशनली, उस सरप्लस की वजह से हम देख रहे हैं कि शेयर प्राइसेस वर्ल्ड वाइड और स्टार्टअप्स की जो प्राइसिंग है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है. टू मी इट्स ए टोटली अनरीजनेबल प्राइसिंग. बट रियल एस्टेट को जब हम देखते हैं तो रियल एस्टेट की प्राइसेस रियली रियलिस्टिक है. हम लोग जयपुर में एक टाउनशिप कर रहे हैं 8,500 रुपये में. 3 साल पहले हमने बेचना चालू किया, अभी 31,500 में बेच रहे हैं. दिस अ रियल थिंग वी आर डूइंग. 8,500 3 years बैक एंड नाउ 31,500 रुपीज. So that's the kind of momentum in real estate in India because of the so many things coming up after the gap of the demonetization and COVID. अभी हम लोग जिस एरा में आ गए हैं, जो कंट्री की जो पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशंस हैं, सारी चीज़ें बहुत पॉजिटिव है, और ये दिस इज गोइंग टू ऐड अनदर फेदर इन द कैप. दिस रीट विद 50 करोड़ लिमिट इज गोइंग टू क्रिएट अ वंडरफुल थिंग्स. अब इसमें मैं देखता हूँ कि टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटीज़ के लिए जो ट्रस्ट फैक्टर हमारी कॉन्फिडेंस पूरी ट्रस्ट के ऊपर है. रीट का मतलब ये है कि आपको कॉन्फिडेंस देना पड़ेगा इन्वेस्टर को. कुछ फ्रॉड्स हो गए, रियल एस्टेट इज वेरी क्लोज टू फ्रॉड्स. और यदि 50 करोड़ की लिमिट में जो एक थ्रेट है, यदि कुछ इनिशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आए, जैसे सर ने और 2 हमारे यहाँ पे पैनल स्पीकर्स हैं, दोनों ने रीट्स लाए हैं. आई वाज ट्राइंग टू स्टडी ऑन योर वेबसाइट एंड आई वाज ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड वेदर इट इज लीगली डन और समथिंग रॉन्ग अबाउट दैट. सो देयर इज अ इम्पैक्ट ऑफ स्टाम्प ड्यूटी व्हेन यू ट्रांसफर ए प्रॉपर्टी. राजस्थान स्टाम्प एक्ट ये कहता है कि अगर किसी भी तरीके से प्रॉपर्टी ट्रांसफर करी है तो आपको स्टैम्प ड्यूटी लग जाएगी. एक्सटेंडेड डेफिनेशन सेज व्हाटएवर वे यू ट्रांसफर योर प्रॉपर्टी यू हैव टू पे स्टैम्प ड्यूटी. सो देयर आर टीथिंग प्रॉब्लम्स इन लीगली. अभी तो 2-3 कंपनियां आई हैं, बट आप लोगों ने शायद अच्छे से काम किया तो यू हैव कम अप विद गुड रेपुटेशन. बट दिस हैज टू बिल्ड इन द टाइम टू कम. और टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटीज़ में क्योंकि इनकम यील्ड प्रॉपर्टीज होनी चाहिए और वहाँ पे वैल्यूएशन जो होती है काफ़ी मार्केट वैल्यू और कई बार परचेज वैल्यू में डिफरेंस होता है, तो वहाँ कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स मैं देखता हूँ. इतना बड़ा इफेक्ट वहाँ अभी इनिशियली नहीं आएगा, बट हम लोग वर्क करते रहते हैं लगातार. हम लोग ट्रस्ट फैक्टर बनाते रहते हैं. यहाँ पे कुछ गवर्नमेंट के लोग बैठे हैं, हमारे यहाँ NAREDCO लोग भी बैठे हैं, डेवलपर्स बैठे हैं. करना ये पड़ेगा कि ये जो एक पौधा चालू बीज लगा है, मैं समझता हूँ बीज इट्स अ सीड, हमें इसको पूरा डेवलप करना पड़ेगा. सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि कोई गलती ना हो जाए. यदि शुरू में हमने कुछ गलतियां कर दी और कुछ फ्रॉड्स हो गए इसमें, तो गवर्नमेंट विल गो बैक। और यदि हमने इसकी पेस मेंटेन कर दी, जो कुछ NAREDCO और क्रेडाई जैसी बॉडीज वो कर सकती हैं, तो अभी कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है। मतलब हमने इनकम यील्डिंग नहीं, बहुत सारी प्रॉपर्टीज को जॉइंट स्टॉक में ला करके, उसको सरप्लस कैपिटल में ला करके हम लोग इकोनॉमी को बूस्ट कर सकते हैं बहुत तेजी से। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि वी मस्ट गो विद दैट, और सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को प्रॉपर्ली, अभी तो मैं समझता हूँ बहुत ज़्यादा लोग रीट के बारे में सुना, कितने लोगों ने रीट के बारे में सुना है यहाँ पे? प्लीज रेज योर हैंड्स। Not many people have heard about this. So this is a new concept. We must understand that, take the opportunities for that. क्योंकि इसमें as a investor, as a developer, अब मैं बताता हूँ prices with this REIT are going to go up to a great extent. It's an opportunity for tier 2, tier 3. But वो जो development आएंगे वो मैं नहीं देखता वो आ पाएंगे अभी.
Thank you. Shivji, there is a terminology, sponsor, trustees, managers, developer. Can you please elaborate and explain in simple terms where we all can understand who these people are and how they would going to contribute in the small and medium REITs?
No, absolutely. Hello. So, in this new proposed structure, just to explain, there's a trust. Trust is where the investor will invest and have units in that trust. Then each trust, in the trust, there are schemes, and a scheme represents ownership in a asset, and that asset is housed in a private limited entity. So there's a trust, private limited entity, and then the property below that. So investor might invest in unit A in the trust, which will represent scheme 1, property 1. Unit B will represent scheme 2, property 2. So that is how the investor invests. The sponsor and investment manager, what SEBI has proposed in the latest board agenda, is going to be clubbed into one. And the sponsor or the investment manager is basically what we as a platform are doing, which is putting on the whole show in terms of bringing the asset onto the platform, managing the asset, collection of rentals from the tenants, ensuring that it's passed on. So in charge of basically the whole structure, in charge of everything. SEBI has proposed, net worth requirement so that only credible players, so the concern that was raised about, any fraud, this, that happens. So there's, minimum net worth requirements, so only capable players are operating as a sponsor or investment manager. There's also minimum experience requirement. And then there's also skin in the game requirement. So all the platforms are mandated to keep at least 5% of the investment in each and every property. The trustee will in fact be, managing everything in the same way is present in the traditional REIT structure. So that all the funds, any fund transfer, any fund flow happens with the trustee in the middle between the sponsor and the trust. And that ensures complete security of transaction and fund flow. So overall, those are the few of the constituents. Then there's obviously the seller of the asset, the developer that's selling the asset to the MSM REIT. They have the ability to sell all of their asset, but continue holding 25% of the asset if they sell into the REIT. Any one player or one investor can own only maximum of 25%. So there's no controlling interest of any one party. And then there's also a lot of the partners, channel partners that helped in this whole framework, whether to bring investors onto the platform or bring properties to the platform. So these are a few of the different stakeholders, Amitji, that are present.
Thank you. So to add on the trust, sponsor need to be having net worth of 20 crores and a manager needs to have a net worth of 10 crores. So the player who is coming to take up these responsibility is having a sound net worth to it, and as told, the skin in the game, they need to keep a stake also in these SM REITs. Along with that, they cannot be like flyers. They need to be having an experience of 5 years minimum before they come with taking up these responsibilities as a sponsor or a manager. So now the entity would be absolutely professionally managed after being. And once it is there, they would be listed, the REITs, SM REITs would be listed at the national or the Bombay Stock Exchange, that is the stock exchanges, any of the stock exchange which have a nationwide trading terminals. So over to you, Sudarshan ji. Can you please tell what is the difference between a fractional ownership platform and the SM REITs in terms of like regulation, in terms of say the net worth, in terms of the transparency? If you can show some light on towards this. Yeah.
Just generally, when sir asked how many of you know REITs, I think only about 10-20 people raised. So I'll probably take a step back and explain what this is first so that everybody understands and how developers can work with us, right? So we as the REIT platforms are partners with developers to bring you investors who value your asset. Essentially, real estate has been a very local business. कि मैं बॉम्बे का हूँ तो मेरे इन्वेस्टर्स भी बॉम्बे से ही रहते हैं. मोटा मोटी एट मैक्स कोई जयपुर का या दिल्ली का कोई आ गया बिकॉज उसके रिश्तेदार थे जो उन्होंने बोला कि अच्छी प्रॉपर्टी है, वर्क विद देम, तू भी 20-25 करोड़ रुपए लगा दे, राइट? दैट हैज बीन द वे इट हैज ऑलवेज फंक्शनड एज सच. नाउ योर टियर 1 कैटेगरी विच आई टोल्ड आर एबल टू प्ले लिटिल नेशनल गेम कि हाँ दिल्ली वाले लोगों ने भी बैंगलोर में पैसा लगाया एक्सेट्रा, बट वो बहुत कम क्वांटिटी में है सच. सो the idea is that we are bringing you international investors who will come to you, associate with your brand, and it has everlasting impact on your residential sales or other businesses which you do. उसमें भी वो impact करता है, which is why your objective is the quality stock you build. Our job is to bring quality investors to you who will value the product you have built and give you a value for that. So as a platform, our job is to raise capital for you and buy your assets which will allow you to liquidate your portfolio and focus more what sir mentioned, that you can, fast money system is not the right word, but sustainable growth is what you should focus on and continue building your portfolio as such. So what we do is हमारे पास बहुत सारे investors हैं. और now that it's coming under the SEBI umbrella, so it becomes even more a credible platform for people to put कि हाँ कोई governing body है जो देख रहा है, who is going after this, कि कोई issue हो जाए तो they'll catch hold of people, whether it's developer or us, whatever it is for that matter. But the idea of this entire arrangement is that more capital will be available for developers to partner with us कि आपको develop करना है. अगर आपका debt बहुत ज़्यादा है, you say I want to liquidate my debt. You have succession plannings. कि मेरे बच्चे बिजनेस में नहीं आना चाहते and I don't want to give this legacy properties to them. Use our platform and liquidate your entire portfolio. You can always maintain your stake in these properties. Just that ये listed हो जाएगा तो आपको advantages भी बहुत होते हैं. Today when you go have a property, आप LRD लेते हो या LAP लेते हो, आपको at max 50 या 55% तक का पैसा मिलता है. जब लिस्ट हो जाता है आपको 80% तक का पैसा मिल जाता है. नंबर 1. सेकंड, जब आप रखते हो और आप बेचते हो आपको LTCG is 20% with indexation. That is what it is. It's listed, it's 10% with indexation. So it's again tax beneficial for you. Succession planning becomes easier for you as well when you have to give it to your son or daughter who has zero idea about real estate or is not focused on real estate, who is probably an IT professional, who is running a very successful company, whatever, XYZ. You can give them as a thing because on the other hand there's a professional company who's managing the property for you, right? So that these are a lot of advantages which you get apart from scalability, apart from you going national, etc. Third thing which us as platforms can bring, जैसे आज हमको 3.5-4 साल हो गए बिजनेस चालू करके, हम लोग अभी 1700 से 1800 करोड़ का AUM मैनेज करते. These are the number of properties we bought and we have grade A clients as well. Now what happens is बहुत सारे क्लाइंट होते हैं जो बोलते हैं मैं सिर्फ टियर 1 डेवलपर के साथ काम करूंगा क्योंकि मैं जानता हूँ उसके पास पैसा है, वो बना सकता है. वो टियर 2 और टियर 3 को कट कर देते हैं कि भाई तुम्हारे पास पैसे नहीं है, I don't want to work with you, you don't have a track record, I don't want to work with you. That's why we come in as partners with you कि यार मैं बैक कर रहा हूँ, पैसा तो है, और in terms of ensuring कि credibility है कि नहीं है, हमारे पास भी बहुत सारे portfolio and we have grade A clients, तो किसी भी client को call करके पूछ ले अगर किसी को issue हो रहा है. Because our job is to solve that for the tenant also, right? So we are able to pull out grade A clients which only go to tier 1 developers and bring those to you as well, because today as Strata we are in 7 cities. So I'm not only a Bangalore company because I'm from Bangalore, I'm in Mumbai, I'm in Pune, I'm in Jaipur, I'm in Hyderabad, I'm in Chennai, now I'm going to Cochin. These are the kind of markets we're there, which means हम उसी tenant को pan India story भी दे सकते हैं कि आपको करना है partner, आप हमारे साथ pan India partnership कर सकते हो, right? That we have, let's say, sir in Jaipur, sir in Hyderabad, Haribabu sir in another city or XYZ. I have developers. So with tenants we have those relationships as a corporate landlord, where they're able to do, and that's what Blackstone has done very successfully, right? That they got a Goldman Sachs and say, देख मेरे पास सलारपुर या हैदराबाद में बैठा है, मेरे पास पंचशील पुणे में बैठा है, मेरे पास एम्बेसी बैंगलोर में बैठा है, तेरे को कहाँ स्टॉक चाहिए, तू मेरे साथ आके साइन कर ले, right? So that's why they could do a lot of build to suit transactions, which is what we are trying to do in the tier 2, tier 3 categories, which is assets from 25 crores to 500 crores segment. Because इस वाले segment में कोई institutional player नहीं है जो backing कर पा रहा है. Even in terms of the cost of debt, these players have versus the tier 1 में बहुत फर्क पड़ता है, right? Almost by 100 to 200 basis point. Prestige today can raise construction financing at about 8.5% LRD rates. अपने को 10.5-11% के नीचे मिलता नहीं है, right? तो वहीं पे अपन मार खा जाते हैं because and they've also gone through that journey, right? But they had good set of investors who kept backing them, because of which they scaled to where they are, and kudos to what they've done, right? We are trying to give you a fast process. We're saying, hey, we've built an institutional platform, thanks to SEBI, it's now more regulated as well. कि आप partner करो and let's build portfolio. Many developers are like, नहीं मैं बेचूं क्यों, etc. सब developer ने माल बेचा है, तभी वो आज बड़ा बना, right? Even Hiranandani साहब ने अपना stock पूरा पवई का बेचा है, and now he's able to build large portfolio with that capital. So developer's job is to churn and not get emotional to its asset, which is very important. You're free to always be emotional to your assets. क्योंकि खून पसीना लगता है to build such a property as such. But then at the end of the day, as a developer, focus should be to multiply and not make 8% rental return. वो मेरा काम है, because I'm an investor. आपका developer का काम है, आपको 30% margin कमाने का धंधे पे focus करना चाहिए on how you can continue, because you have the skills, capability, what an investor does not. Because the investor who we have is a banker, financier, a pharma guy, an IT guy, जिनको the nuances of real estate, nuances of FSI, nuances of green lead buildings, they have no idea about all these things, right? So they're here to back you and continue bringing more capital to you, to continue you focus on keep building more and more. And at the same time, we bring you whole gamut of things to you as well. Now, what we've also done over a period of time, thanks to हमारे पास आज 3-3,500 इन्वेस्टर्स है, तो हम सबका प्रोफाइलिंग भी करते हैं, तो हम जानते हैं कि कौन सी कंपनी में भी काम करता है. तो अगर कल कभी हमको न्यूज़ भी आ जाए कि ये कंपनी स्पेस ढूंढ रही है, तो मैं तो कॉल कर सकता हूँ ना मेरे इन्वेस्टर को कि सर आप इनके साथ पार्टनर कर लो, कि हम पैसा लगा रहे हैं साथ में, आप किसी और के पास मत जाओ, आप हमारे साथ पार्टनर कर लो, राइट? सो दैट हैज़ हैपेंड. वी बीन एबल टू एस्टैब्लिश ऑलमोस्ट 3 ट्रांजेक्शंस राइट नाउ, जो हमारे इन्वेस्टर्स जो उसी कंपनी के सीईओ थे या सीनियर मैनेजमेंट थे जिन्होंने इन्फ्लुएंस किया, और हमने वो डेवलपर के साथ वो ट्रांजैक्शन कंप्लीट किया, एंड वी वर एबल टू बिल्ड. सो लॉट ऑफ एडवांटेजेस is what a developer needs to look at. I understand you'll always get top dollar value if you sell to one HNI. The idea is that look at wholesale value, कि मैं 20% के बदले 15% कमा लूँ, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बट मैं 15% के साथ 10 धंधा कर सकता हूँ. I don't have to keep scouting to find buyers who will keep buying properties. I have one partner जिसका काम है मेरे को इन्वेस्टर लाके देना. तो मेरा काम यही है, मैं अप्रूवल लाऊं, लैंड लाऊं, डेवलप करूं, खत्म करूं, and then collectively we can even lease this properties for you.
So Mupa साहब, we are talking about like the investments, but what you think like, and what is there in SM REITs for the investors? How once the investor gets invested, would going to get returns out of it?
Okay, so basically the investors have different options. So they will start with metals like gold, silver, and then bank fixed deposits, and then share market investments, and finally into real estate. So real estate is not very popular because of the complexity. So everybody cannot invest in a large sums, and mostly they are investing in commercial properties and apartments, and some in plots. So this is not giving a very good opportunity, because the investor is not confident, or he is not knowledgeable on these assets. So that's why this SME REITs which have been introduced, they'll be definitely my good way of investment into real estate. Somebody wants to invest in real estate, this SME, immediately the main advantage is the investment size. He can start with smaller amounts, and he can choose his property also. If somebody is staying in Delhi and he wants a building which is neighboring to him, so he can invest in that. So likewise, he wants to invest in a different forms of assets. Say if you want to invest in cinema hall, he can do it. If you want to invest in something else also, whatever is possible, they can invest. Here, the basic advantage for the investor is, so the SEBI will control these SME promoters. So that's why his funds are secured, and that gives a lot of confidence. And apart from that, the return is also high when compared with the other part of investments. So the returns are now presently expected around 7, 8, up to 9% also. So this is a good boost which other assets are not able to give. So that's why I feel that this type of investment is going to be very much popular between the investors.
Thank you, sir. So to add some investment returns, it would be the income yielding, the rentals, that is expected to be like 7 to 8%. In addition to it, there would be a capital appreciation which would be coming to this asset. So in totality, somewhere 18 to 20% would be the returns which an investor can expect from an SM REITs investment. When an investors look forward for stock market, when he does not want to go towards a stock market, when an investor have a small capital and he does not even wants to go to an FDR of a bank, then taking an indirect exposure to real estate along with and fixed return, which to a tune of 95% of the capital would be paid in terms of the yield which have been earned during the quarter. So whatever have been earned by the SM REITs in a quarter, 95% would be distributed at the end of every quarter. So it is not like if I am doing an FD, I would be getting my returns after 5 years, which has been accumulated on the FD. If I have invested as an investor in small and medium REITs, 95% whatever have been earned during the quarter would going to come to me. So with this, the screen is showing me time up, and I steal some of the time from the next panel, and we look forward for some of the questions, if any. The panel would be happy to answer. So please, the house is open for the question answers as committed by me at the start. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Please.
Two questions, one for you, one for the panel. Question for you, 18-20%, is that realistic to expect? Because if you're talking about give or take 9% yield, you're talking about a capital appreciation of close to 10% per annum. Is that realistic? So that's question one. Yeah. Question two, which is for Shiv and Sudarshan, is, given the new regulations, at the end of the day, you are two great stalwarts. So, my understanding in the industry is quite small right now. I take the point, Shiv, that you said. How do we scale it? What help do you need from NAREDCO? Because at the end of the day, if just like Blackstone and Brookfield were successful, the first couple of REITs, and I remember Niranjan saying this 5-7 years ago, if the first couple of REITs are successful, the industry will boom. We need this. So that's the second question for both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. To answer the question which has been given to me, if we see the capital appreciation in real estate, we take a small example just near to our home or near to our office, and if we see what are the capital appreciation and we do accumulation, it is not less than 10 to 12% annually. It may happen that in a year, the appreciation have not came for 10-12% during the year, but in the horizon, definitely if we do see the returns, it is that. In addition, with the assets in which the investments have been done, for which the returns are being expected are different. From a commercial one, definitely the returns are more. From the residentials, the returns are less. Hotels are one of the assets. Data centers are one. Warehouses are one. We would have not expected in 2019-20 if somebody is holding an assets of warehouse, and these 4 years, what is the capital appreciation? What are the returns these assets have made? So definitely these are absolutely achievable. And quoting Shri Hiranandani Saab only, 3 or 4 days before, I was just going through one of his interview, and in his interview, he said, and I quote Shri Hiranandani Saab's quote, "Friends, please buy an asset in India because in time to come," I again quote, "in time to come, the real estate would be unaffordable, and more which would be unaffordable would be the rentals." Today, in US, 96% of the assets are being controlled by REITs. So now, when we are looking forward for 2047, when we are looking forward that there will be a paradigm shift in our country, when we are looking forward that there are investors who are coming across the world to India, capital appreciation is like, I think this would be a conservative figure of 10 to 12% capital appreciation, what I personally think for. Just a week before, Gift City at IFSCA have opened direct listings in India. So now if one of my SM REITs is listed there at the Gift City, IFSCA, foreign investors can come and invest in dollar terms. And I'm not talking about foreign investors of a particular country. The world can come to India and invest. How we see the real estate property prices in Singapore in 1975, 80s and today. How we see US, how we see Dubai. These are the live examples. So the time moving forward is for India.
Thanks.
Yeah, second question.
Kuldeep ji, I'll just answer your second question. How do we make sure that this industry scales? It's just very early and very nascent in the industry, and specifically from a NAREDCO perspective. So I think, ultimately, investors need to make good returns for them to keep coming back. And what is required for that? We require quality assets at good prices. So I think what we as fractional ownership platforms or SM REIT managers would want to tell NAREDCO is that now you have an exit option once you build a commercial asset, which wasn't there in the past. In the past, handful of exit options for the 5-6 top players. So build quality assets, get good tenants, whether it's in tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities. Just focus on quality of good assets, exit 2 platforms, and once you have that one established relation with the platform as a developer, the tap of cash flow and funds are going to be there. Because then once the investor has tasted and they have comfort in, okay, they bought an asset from this developer in whether it's Mumbai, Pune, Ahmedabad, they tasted that, okay, everything is comfortable, I'm owning my rentals, they've been able to exit their share if they need to. They build that comfort and trust with that one developer or 2 developers through that platform. Then the funding tap is going to be constant. So from a NAREDCO perspective, from a developer perspective, I think just build quality assets. The exit option is there with the SM REIT platforms.
Sudeshanji, would you like to add something?
Yeah, sure. So 18, to be very honest, let's be very realistic. I'm not leveraging my investment, so it's very unrealistic to expect that I'll make that money in all the assets. But a 13 to 14 is a very reasonable average, what one should expect, and that is a realistic figure. Because we're not leveraging our investments to hit those kind of returns, to be very honest. And anyone who's promising, you need to be careful. Because वो बनता नहीं है, आप रियल एस्टेट में आप जानते ही हो कि अगर इतना ही बनाते लोग तो आप बेचते ही क्यों, right, at the end of the day. So that's number one. Second, very right that now that the industry is at nascent and now it's regulated, it's very important that this scales, because this brings value to the ecosystem in general, and to Amit's story about this is the new India, the opportunities in India, the money flow in India, etc. It has to go through in the right channels more than anything, right? That people trust is very important, and people keep deploying money. Which means folks like Hiranandani Saab and all these large developers are going to get 10x more money as well. It's a simple situation. I don't know if you guys have been reading about how Oaken is going to come into the market, which is Open Credit Enabled Network, thanks to UPI and all the enablers which government has made. Access to credit is going to be easy. किसी को पैसा डेट पे चाहिए, आज आप लोन लेने जाते हो, you know the headache it takes to get a loan as such, right? Government is trying to make it, because if you have to be that $5-10 trillion economy, credit is the only way your economy can build that way. US में loan लेना is the most simplest process. In India में it's a complicated headache. Like for instance, I'm sure many developers, just because loan is the way we can multiply our returns, we take loans. Otherwise, if you have to go through that harassment, you're not interested, right? It's very, very sure about it, right? Government is working towards it. But at the same time, when government starts working towards making credit easier, the larger players will get credit at a cheaper price. I gave an example that Prestige को उस time 8-8.5 में मिलता है, आपको नहीं मिलता, right? This is continuously going to happen, which means the guy can, आप apartment वहाँ launch करोगे at even 10,000, Prestige वहाँ 9,000 में बेचेगा तो उसको same return मिलेगा जो आपको return कमाओगे at the end of the day, right? But he still commands 12,000 at lower cost, your higher cost, and you command lesser. That's the thing which we need to solve. So what Shiv said, that partner more with us, look at the long-term perspective, don't look at short-term, don't be emotional to your assets. Let's work together and build large portfolio at the same time, because that will give this platform a takeoff in a large way, that if you have to compete, I mean, Hiranand Saab is the president, but I'm just using him as an example. If you have to compete with him tomorrow as the big boss, we can do it collectively as such.
No, I have no doubt. So quick follow-on question, which is from the regulation point of view. You know, some people have said to me the 20 crore and the fact of investment that you have to keep making is large. Is that a hindrance?
It is a hindrance for me because...
Yeah. And that's my question was from a NAREDCO point of view, was also that can NAREDCO help you guys, or indeed other people in the industry, you know, with something that we can take back to government, you know,
absolutely, sir.
Or that's my second part.
So,
Important
to have Mupaji would like to add on to your.
Yes, I understand your question. The role of NAREDCO, to be brief, NAREDCO is always a vibrant institution. We always are in front foot whenever a new resolution is passed and a new act has come. In fact, when the RERA was introduced, we have played very vital role. We have contributed many sessions, and after RERA also, we have educated all of our builders. Almost in all builders, we will always explain them, caution them to follow the RERA rules. Likewise, in this also, we have first our role will be to educate our builders and ask them to use this platform. Likewise, we also will caution the investors or educate the investors regarding our builders, or if any problem comes, we will try to suggest them. So there is one more player called, like our friends who are on platforms. Sometimes the builders may not be comfortable with the platform owners and their activities. In such cases, to safeguard our builders, we will talk with them or we will suggest them also. So definitely NAREDCO is going to play a much longer role and much stronger role. Thank you.
The next question, please.
Yes, hello.
And it would be the last question, like, yeah, please.
I have one small question.
Yeah, please.
I'm Harsh Bansal, co-founder Unity Group Delhi. So I have a question about the applicability of this law. So is it applicable on the leasehold property also? That's my one question. Number two is, if the answer is yes, so do you have the term for the lease? So the lease should be 50 year, 90 year or something like that. Number two, is it applicable on the BOT project also? BOT or PPP model projects which are allotted by the authority for 30 years, 50 years also. And number three, is it applicable on the partly sold property? Some I have 20-story building and I have sold 5-story or 6-story. Is it applicable on the partly sold building also? There's a question.
So there are three questions.
Three questions.
Last question, I answer no. First question, for the partly property, no. The answer is no. For the first question, I would request.
No, in the sense, the partly owned property, you know, if say 20-story building and 10 stories have been sold to XYZ, you know, X person, Y person, the remaining 10 floors can be sold through the platform. And there is no issue with that. It has to be leased. It does.
No, of course. The building is 20-story and it is 100% leased.
Then yes.
And 10 stories sold.
Sold
10
and
stories
leased. Sold and leased.
leased first, then sold.
Yeah.
And 10 stories still lying with the company,
But leased.
but leased, of
Then
course.
yes, then it is very applicable for the platform. In fact, that's one of our major sources of, even as of today, platforms are picking up, parts of buildings.
Perfectly fine.
So, completely applicable. In terms of leasehold as well, if the land is leasehold, there's no issue per se from a regulation perspective. I think then it becomes a commercial call for each platform as to how much of the lease term is remaining, what are the expectation of renewal, and that might be factored into the pricing of the asset. But from a regulation perspective, there's no issue. In terms of the BOT question, if you can just repeat the...
So, the second part of the first one, lease means lease can be 30 years, 90 years,
Yeah.
50 years term lease. So, is there any cap of the lease time? There is no cap.
No, there's no... That's a commercial call of each platform.
That's okay.
Yes.
The second is the BOT. BOT means like Delhi Metro, they allot land to the developer for developing the land on a BOT basis,
Right.
built, operate and transfer. Normally it's for 30 years to 50 years. So we get the 100% rental from that property, but those, you can say the properties with us for a limited time.
I think there shouldn't be an issue, but there is not a real estate asset. So that would still have to be examined. It's more an infra asset.
No, it's a real estate, it's a mall.
No,
the mall, yeah,
it is
then
allowed. It is allowed if it's this TODs, which is transit-oriented
No,
development.
TOD is separate. So TOD is a...
Even on build, operate, transfer, if it is a built building, leased building, it is allowed. There's no stipulation that it's not allowed. No, there's no problem if there's no ownership as well. It can be assignment of lease.
Hello. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
So it's like thank you very much.
Thank you.
For participation. I thanks the panel and all the participants and look forward to do a next session very soon with every one of you. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thanks to our panelists and our lovely audience for such intriguing questions. I would request our panelists to kindly stay back on stage. We would like to felicitate their presence. I would like to call upon K. Ramakrishna Rao on stage, please, to felicitate Mr. Shiv Parekh. Can we have Mr. K. Ramakrishna Rao, please? Can we have a big round of applause for this lovely panel discussion, our panelists, eminent speakers, and our moderator. Can we have Mr. Peravali Naga Vamsi to kindly come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Sudarshan Lodha. Mr. Vamsi, can we have you on stage, please? Mr. Rao, can you felicitate our next panelist as well? Mr. Rao, can you please felicitate Mr. Sudarshan as well? Thank you so much. Can I request Mr. Y. Raghuram to kindly come up on stage to felicitate Mr. Mupa Chaudhary? Mr. Y. Raghuram. Yes, sir. Can you come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Mupa Chaudhary, please? Thank you, Mr. Rao. Thank you. Can I request Mr. K. Ramakrishna Rao to kindly come up on stage and felicitate our moderator, C.A. Amit Kumar Kedia? Can we have a big round of applause for all of our speakers, please? And can I also request Mr. K. Ramakrishna Rao to kindly come up on stage? Mr. Y. Raghuram, can you also felicitate our next speaker, our moderator, C.A. Amit Kumar Kedia? Mr. Raghuram, can you felicitate our moderator, please? Can I request Shri Potuluri Srinivas to kindly come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Sunil Jain? NAREDCO, Rajasthan. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for gracing the stage and for a very interactive discussion. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before I bring on the next speaker, let's do a little bit of an energy warm-up exercise. What I want you to do is pretty simple. I want you to clap really, really hard. Come on, give me a really loud clap. Come on, faster, faster, as fast as you can. And slow it down. Slow it down. Come on, give me a head nod also. As an appreciative head nod. Slow it down and faster. Come on, fast, 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 fast. I can't hear you. Really fast. Come on, let me see those hands. And slow, slow, slower, even slower, even slower. And faster. Come on. Faster, 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 as hard as you can. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are all ready for our next speaker, which it is going to be Shri R.K. Kaushal, DG, Central Public Works Department. Mr. Kaushal, can I request you to kindly come up on stage? Can we have a big round of applause for our next speaker, please?
Namaskar. President, National Real Estate Development Council, NAREDCO, respected dignitaries, eminent personalities, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I would like to thank NAREDCO for inviting me in its 16th National Convention, which aims to deliberate on the rejuvenation of the real estate sector and strategy for economic growth and employment. I would like to begin with complimenting NAREDCO for its relentless endeavor to improve, strengthen, and develop real estate industry in India. As per my organization is concerned, CPWD is a glorious and eventful existence of 169-year-old organization in the field of built environment. It is actively involved in development of infrastructure across the country and has to credit successful completion of large-scale number of prestigious projects that is include bridges, flyovers, airports, roads, building of national importance, and also involved in border infrastructure all over India. I am delighted to share with you the CPWD has achieved ever highest workload in the year of 22-23, around 21,000 crores for the financial year. Our engineer, architects, horticulturists, and other staff have risen to challenges of achieve the landmark. This year, we have projected workload more than 25,000 crore. On this day, I would like to share milestone of CPWD, timely completion of many magnificent new parliament building. It is truly commendable and reflects CPWD ability to execute complex and challenging projects. We are executing many more projects like IITs in Gandhinagar, Jammu, Patna, Tirupati, Mandi, Ropar, Indore, and many places across India, and even AIMS also, AIMS, Jammu, Srinagar, Jodhpur, Bhopal, Raipur, Rishikesh and Bhubaneswar, and similarly in IIMs, Amritsar, Sirmaur, Bodh Gaya, and NITs across India, we are also constructing NITs, and many more works for other ministries and departments. We may also, in the terms of maintenance, we maintain large scale of residential accommodation all over India. We have more than 200 2 lakhs residential unit and 75 lakhs square meter of area we maintain. And on the digital platform, we are more on now digitizations. We have now introduced ERP, Enterprise Resource Solution, is now being implemented, fully integrated digital platform to improve efficiency and transparency. And sustainable infrastructure is proposed to be created using common data platform, secured access to all stakeholders 24/7. And now we have also introduced the BIM, Building Information Modeling tools, Sibley Star, DSR items, 4D time and 5D cost of simulation of timely execution of decisions. Digital technology is a common enabler employed access projects to solve arising challenges, enable efficient projects, contract management, financial management, and foster transparent and accountability governance. As per the part of sustainability, my organization is already committed to keep pace with the technological advancement and adopt sustainable energy, efficient and new emerging green and clean technology. And we have handled a number of projects. We decided that all our buildings constructed by my organization will be all 3-star GREA rating. And for the past few years, we have constructed many great buildings like Johar Bhavan, Parivan Bhavan, and CAG buildings, and at Jaipur. And most recently, we have constructed Atal Akshay Urja Bhavan in Delhi, which is a net zero building with 100% on-site power generation also. And now we are working more on new technology. We have introduced 60 total new technologies, which 46 are construction technology and 40 are E&M technologies, which includes monolithic concrete construction, tunnel formwork construction. We are now all using these all technology in our projects, which are more found to be very fast, eco-friendly, and in terms of quality also, and confirmed with the energy and efficient green sustainable development. We have made sincere efforts in like solar power generation. We are going toward green and clean buildings. Solar roof top panels are being installed all over central government buildings to address energy security challenges. So far, we have already every project we take 3% of the solar power of every connected load. Actually, number of technical publications we have published. We are also planning lead role in the country dissemination of knowledge also. And number of technical publications have been released and benefited engineering community. These are standard engineering practices in public and private sector in like plinth area rates, specifications, civil electricals, accessibility norms, norms for hospital services, all those have already been published. So now as far as the green rating is concerned, we have introduced similar system of like GREA, we have introduced also GHAR, Green Habitat Rating System, which is now being used projects undertaken by CPWD. And as for the capacity building, we have a national academy at Ghaziabad. So there we and then we have RTA regional training institutes at various locations across India like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata and Chennai also. So we have trained number of our officials in these training institutes, and we also conduct foundation trainings and orientation programs throughout the year. We also trying to create smart ecosystem for skilling more people through regular training conducted by CPWD Academy, knowledge, research, ideas and creativity among our employees. Like another is the very important construction industry, the skilling of laborers. Since we are moving to our new technology, so we need very good, large number of skilled workforce. For that, we are working in this area also. During this period, we have already trained more than 7,000 officers and staff trained by National Academy during this period, and introduced 300 courses in the webinar through webinars also. Like real estate developers, we face challenges in securing affordable financing, lead to project delays and increased cost. Limited access to liquidity also hampers growth and expansion. So multiplicity of regulations and cumbersome approval processes often cause delays, inefficiencies, project execution, and this overall above the cost is increased also, and discourage investments. There is no doubt that the real estate sector holds huge potential to attract investment in various segments. However, progress is possible only with the joint efforts of both industry as well as the government. On one hand, industry should work toward increased transparency, improved delivery, and project execution. So, and then again, need to provide a further fiscal incentive to developers, particularly in build low-cost and affordable housing for the masses. In the real estate, I would like to touch upon the sustainable and environmental-friendly development in real estate sector. Sustainable development is a pattern of resource use with aim to meet human needs while preserving environment, so that these needs to be be met on the priority. So our Honorable Prime Minister outlined concept of Panchamrit and target of net zero India by 2070 in COP 26 and concept of green credits before war in COP 28, just concluded at Dubai. So the major challenges we face actually in this NDC also, COP 28 also, adoption of new technology by the construction industry, implementation of BIM, skill development programs, certification of initiative, necessary knowledge, expertise in efficient construction practices, again green rating system, leads and GRIHA to encourage adoption of sustainable practices to build design, promote use of recycled materials, CND waste, etc., fly ash, bamboos, can significantly reduce the environmental footprint of construction projects. Use of renewable energy, source like solar panel, rooftop, turbines into building can decrease reliance on fossil fuels and contribute to energy efficiency. Implementation of strictly building codes, quality control mechanism to ensure adherence to the safety and performance of the standards. Adoption of digital platform for project management and material tracking can improve transparency and enable real-time quality monitoring throughout the construction processes. I am happy to note that India is also going green with its new campuses and building primarily because it wants to cut down power and water consumption to reduce the operational and overhead cost. And also need to provide incentive to the public and private sector to take up R&D activities of new energy efficient building material technology so that real estate sector can deliver low cost, affordable and sustainable environmental friendly built assets. To summarize, India has a huge potential to attract large domestic and foreign investment to real estate. It continues to be a favored sector for investment from international as well as domestic private investments. With these words, I shall conclude. I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the organizer for inviting me to this convention. I am confident that the ongoing convention, which have been participation of representatives from central and state governments, departments, consulting engineers, real estate developers, contractors, and researchers in infrastructure sector, shall provide to very enriching and useful shape policies, regulations, future roadmap, which shall have lasting real impact on real estate sector in development in India. Now, I'll run a movie also to showcase what we have done so far in the nation, what we have contributed as a CPWD to the national construction. So now I request to run the movie. Thank you.
कोदिभारः समर्थानाम्। हम चुनौतियों से नहीं घबराते, बाधाओं को देखकर भी हमारे कदम नहीं लड़खड़ाते। हमने पहाड़ों का सीना चीर, बर्फ को काट, समंदर को लांघ किए हैं कई निर्माण और बनाए हैं कीर्तिमान। हम हैं केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग। उपनिवेश काल से एक स्वतंत्र राष्ट्र होने तक पिछले 169 वर्षों से हर कदम पर हम राष्ट्र निर्माण में दे रहे हैं योगदान। आजादी के पहले विभाग की स्थापना ब्रिटिश सरकार के सिविल इंजीनियरिंग कार्यों को करने के लिए की गई। हमने ही तो उस समय औपनिवेशिक प्रशासन को सुचारू रूप से चलाने के लिए आवश्यक इमारतों जैसे राष्ट्रपति भवन, संसद भवन, नॉर्थ ब्लॉक, साउथ ब्लॉक आदि का निर्माण किया था। वर्ष 1947 भारत ने स्वतंत्रता का आलिंगन किया। उसके बाद विभाग को तत्कालीन शहरी विकास मंत्रालय के तहत केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग यानी CPWD के रूप में पुनर्गठित किया गया। तब से लेकर अब तक CPWD ने उत्तर में लेह लद्दाख से लेकर दक्षिण में कन्याकुमारी तक और पूर्व में अरुणाचल से लेकर पश्चिम में रण ऑफ कच्छ तक हर एक कोने में निर्माण का परचम लहराया है। 169 वर्षों से देश सेवा में कृत संकल्पित विभाग के लिए ये बड़े ही गर्व की बात है कि ये देश के कोने कोने में 600 से अधिक विभागों के लिए काम कर रहा है। हमने भारत के कई प्रतिष्ठित स्थलों, सरकारी भवनों और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण किया है। सेंट्रल विस्टा, प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय, एडिशनल बिल्डिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स ऑफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट, GPOA2, डिफेंस ऑफिस कॉम्प्लेक्स और बॉर्डर रोड्स हमने ही तो बनाए हैं। और अभी हाल ही में CPWD ने ही तो राष्ट्र को नया संसद भवन समर्पित किया है, जिसकी चर्चा आज हर ओर है।
साथियों, ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है। ये विश्व को भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प का संदेश देता हमारे लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है।
65,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले इस भव्य भवन का निर्माण कार्य हमने 2.5 वर्ष से भी कम समय में पूरा कर लिया, जो कि अपने आप में एक कीर्तिमान है। ये विभाग के सामर्थ्य, कार्य के प्रति निष्ठा व समर्पण का प्रमाण है। विभाग बॉर्डर फेंसिंग, फ्लड लाइटिंग, बॉर्डर आउटपोस्ट, सड़क निर्माण जैसे कई चुनौतीपूर्ण कार्य पूरी मुस्तैदी के साथ कर रहा है। रक्षा मंत्रालय और सीमा से जुड़ी परियोजनाओं में अपनी सशक्त सहभागिता निभा रहा है। स्वास्थ्य सेवा के क्षेत्र में भी विभाग एम्स और ESIC जैसे अस्पताल का निर्माण कर सेहत भी संवार रहा है। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में IIMs, IITs, KVs, NVs जैसे शिक्षण संस्थानों के निर्माण से उज्जवल भविष्य की राह भी दिखा रहा है। निर्माण के अलावा विभाग GPRA और GPOA की इकाइयों का रखरखाव भी करता है। विभाग का कार्य निर्माण और रखरखाव तक ही सीमित नहीं है। बिल्डिंग कोड, इंस्ट्रक्शंस और डेवलपमेंट ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड्स का कार्य भी ये सक्रिय रूप से करता रहता है। निर्माण के क्षेत्र में नई उभरती तकनीकों और निर्माण संबंधी त्वरित आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखकर विभाग ने कई तकनीकों का हाथ थामा है। कार्य में गुणवत्ता भी हो और गति भी। इसी उद्देश्य से भवनों के निर्माण में नवीन निर्माण तकनीकों को जोड़ा गया है। ऊर्जा और जलवायु संरक्षण के प्रति भी सजग रहकर पूरी जिम्मेदारी से अपना कार्य कर रहा है। इसके लिए विभाग द्वारा रूफटॉप सोलर पैनल, एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी के उपायों, कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड डेमोलिशन वेस्ट प्रोडक्ट्स, ड्यूअल पाइपिंग सिस्टम, रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग सिस्टम, सूएज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट और वृक्षारोपण समेत सभी अन्य उपलब्ध संसाधनों और तकनीकों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। साथ ही विभाग द्वारा सभी परिसरों में जीरो डिस्चार्ज और जीरो वेस्ट की अवधारणा के आधार पर मजबूती से कार्य किया जा रहा है। विभाग ने अपना ग्रीन रेटिंग सिस्टम भी विकसित किया है, जिसके अंतर्गत भवनों का निर्माण ग्रीन फीचर्स के साथ किया जा रहा है। सुगम्य भारत योजना के तहत इमारतों को दिव्यांगों के लिए सुगम बनाने का कार्य भी बढ़ चढ़कर किया जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के डिजिटल भारत के स्वप्न को साकार करने हेतु CPWD भी प्रयासरत है। तभी तो विभाग की सभी गतिविधियों का ERP के माध्यम से डिजिटलीकरण किया जा रहा है। किसी भी परियोजनाओं में होने वाली देरी से बचने, पारदर्शिता और विश्वास को बढ़ाने के लिए विभाग ये सुनिश्चित कर रहा है कि इसके सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स क्लाउड बेस्ड कोलैबोरेशन टूल्स के माध्यम से इसके नए सिस्टम से जुड़े रहें। विभिन्न शहरों में कामकाज की प्रगति को लेकर विभाग द्वारा समय समय पर वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग भी आयोजित किए जाते हैं, जिसके जरिए नए विचारों, मटेरियल्स और नवीनतम जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान भी किया जाता है। यही नहीं, 100 करोड़ से अधिक लागत वाली परियोजनाओं की निगरानी विभाग के मुख्यालय स्थित कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर द्वारा की जाती है। विभाग द्वारा विभिन्न सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स का उपयोग भी किया जा रहा है। साथ ही प्रत्येक माह के कार्यों की प्रगति से संबंधित न्यूज लेटर भी प्रकाशित किया जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के विजन की ओर भी विभाग पूरी तत्परता के साथ काम कर रहा है। इसी दिशा में विभाग द्वारा अकुशल श्रमिकों का कार्यस्थल पर ही कौशल विकास किया जाता है। यही नहीं, CPWD ऑफिसर्स वाइफ्स एसोसिएशन द्वारा निर्माण कार्य में लगे श्रमिकों के बच्चों के लिए निःशुल्क भोजन, शिक्षा और खेल कूद का प्रबंध भी किया जाता है। विभाग पिछले एक दशक से बिना थके, बिना रुके अपनी इस लंबी यात्रा में अनवरत आगे बढ़ रहा है। गुणवत्ता, अखंडता और व्यावसायिकता के प्रति इसकी प्रतिबद्धता ने इसे विश्वसनीय और भरोसेमंद संगठन के रूप में प्रतिष्ठा दिलाई। CPWD राष्ट्र निर्माण और विकास के लिए अपनी प्रगतिशीलता और सेवा भाव के संकल्प के साथ भविष्य में भी नए भारत के निर्माण में इसी तरह जुटा रहेगा। 169 वर्षों से देश की सेवा में समर्पित हम हैं केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग।
Thank you so much, Sri R.K. Kaushal, for that lovely presentation. Can we have a big round of applause for him, please? And to felicitate our eminent speaker, I would like to call upon Mr. Nagendra Chaudhary, Rajasthan NAREDCO, and also Mr. Sunil Chandra Reddy, President of NAREDCO, Telangana. Can we have some applause for our eminent guests, please? Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, sir. We have a lot more eminent speakers who will be coming on stage and giving their presentation. Up next, I would like to call upon our next speaker, and that is Shri Rahul Kapoor, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Can we have a big round of applause for him, please? Welcome, sir.
A very good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank NAREDCO for giving me this opportunity to come and speak in front of this esteemed audience. The association of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs with NAREDCO goes pretty long. As a patron founder of the organization, the association that has been talked about yesterday by the Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, by other senior dignitaries, and the kind of work that NAREDCO has done in India's real estate sector is commendable. I am sure this learned audience is already aware of the various opportunities that lie in the real estate sector and the challenges of urbanization that not only creates these opportunities, but also give us the direction in which we would like to see India in the coming years. I was going through the agenda of this two-day workshop, and I was reading on some of the topics of discussion. I was very intrigued to see that topics range from sustainable building materials to the future of the construction sector, the real estate sector, the vision that we have. I am sure that all of us would agree that the importance of urban planning in charting out the course or the direction of real estate planning, they go hand in hand. And the challenges that urbanization throws, somewhere that would help us make or break or help us understand what would be the quality of life that the people would basically live and lead. Some of the emerging technologies, the emerging context of nation building that we are looking at today, the kind of technologies that my previous speaker talked about, for example, BIM, or the things like the lighthouse projects that have been developed under the ministry's initiative of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. The case for housing and affordable housing is one such case in point. I am looking after a program which looks after urban poverty alleviation. And here again, some of the context that I would like to share with you, how this rural to urban migration is throwing up newer and newer challenges. And there's some contexts which are very, very specific to urban. You won't find such kind of issues that are there in the rural areas. For example, the issues of homelessness. Now, I'm sure many of you who have had association with or having a rural background would agree that you don't really find homelessness to be a problem in rural areas. You know, it is more of an urban challenge, an urban context kind of a thing. The issues of slums. Now, I don't think in rural areas you would find issues of slums or the challenges that come around with that. The tenancy right issues or the issue with regard to shelters that we have to build in our missions, the National Urban Livelihood Mission that I'm leading right now. Now, that also creates an opportunity. There's a demand which is currently unmet. There's a strong demand for affordable housing. But somewhere you have to look at all the aspects that would help us meet that demand. Really understand what is the need of the hour. So yes, affordable housing is one such demand, and therein the cost is a big issue. I understand that for any individual, maybe 30% of his income, if he's able to spend on housing, I think that is a reasonable assumption that we are looking at. So whether he builds a house on loan, the EMI payments that he has to go, it should not be ideally more than the 30% of what he's earning. And that's probably the generally acceptable thumb rule all over the world. So either if you're renting a property or if you are buying a new house, making interest payments on that, so probably your expenditure that you should be meeting out of that should be around that range. But when you look at some of the yield rates in real estate, be it in residential, the kind of property prices and the rental prices, I think somewhere it's a policy issue which we need to tackle. And that is why the case of rental housing and affordable rental housing is a case study that I would request all of you to look into. You know, I was interacting with some of the homeless people in a seminar workshop that we organize normally as part of our mission. And while interacting with some of these people, so they raised this concern. A shelter in a dormitory kind of an arrangement that the government provides as part of its welfare initiative is okay. But then when somebody is looking for his or her own personal space, then whether we are able to provide that within the income levels that he's or she is earning. Now for a tier 2, tier 3 cities, maybe a person is probably earning something like 10,000 rupees a month. So if we are able to provide a house to that person, maybe on rental basis at 3,000 rupees a month, I mean, this is a demand that we are looking at, you know. So how do we solve this problem? Is it possible to provide that kind of an accommodation? And even if it is possible, then is the market developed enough today? I am sure all of us have a lot of concerns in renting out spaces. So how do we solve this problem? I remember we came out with this affordable rental housing initiative also during COVID times. But somewhere there's a way to basically scale that up, maybe address any issues that are coming up in that. And I think this would be a very good case study to see that how this can be converted into a successful opportunity for meeting this latent demand, which currently we are not able to do. Of course, I need not emphasize the role that NAREDCO has been playing with regard to, let us say, the skilling and training of construction workers. We had a program called Nipun. That was a national initiative for promotion of urban Nirman workers. And a lot of recognition of prior learning, in situ training was done in that initiative. There were certain challenges, of course. The challenges of, let us say, if there's an existing construction worker and if he's basically working, then how does he take out time for training without his livelihood or his earning getting affected? And even from a developer's perspective or a builder's perspective, why would he invest in the skilling and training of this particular worker? And then we are all talking about emerging technologies, the new materials that have been that are coming in construction, the lighthouse projects. But without the right kind of skill set available in the market, your quality, your cost, everything gets affected. So what could be a solvable model for this? And I think this is an area that we need to really think about. What would be the right kind of training and skilling of these construction workers that we can think of? In situ works only if, maybe from the industry's perspective, he's your regular construction worker or regular employee. But most of these people being migratory in nature, moving from one site to another, one builder to another. So that incentive for investment in training and skilling is probably not there. I am sure this is an area that we should be working on as we go forward and try and solve. The capacity building is also an important need of the government officials. Now, when you are, let us say as a builder, you come out with some great idea or fantastic thought on how we should be doing projects. I am sure there were discussions, the previous panel discussion that was there on investment trends, things like REITs. Now, where is the capacity in that person in the municipal corporation or maybe in a rural area to understand all those technologies, those words that we use, those bombastic words that we normally throw around, like REITs or REITs or InvITs. I think investment in the capacity building of government officials or functionaries who the industry is interacting with is also very important. And I feel that platforms such as Mission Karam Yogi that the Honorable Prime Minister had announced is a fantastic platform that leverages technology to reach out to all such potential clients. So if we can create some kind of training modules that will help in capacity building of the people who are on the other side, your client side of the business ecosystem, that would be very, very interesting to see as we go ahead, and we look forward to such kind of further discussions with NAREDCO on how we can probably build some such kind of capacity building modules that would help upskill or train the government officials as well. But I'm very, very happy to be here today. Real estate was a sector that I had an association long back, around maybe a decade or so, when I was in the Rail Land Development Authority. And of course, that time we were not talking about concepts like REITs and InvITs, and financing was a concern, PPP structuring was an issue. And things change, things evolve. COVID gave us newer set of challenges, but all these are also opportunities. And organizations such as NAREDCO, which is able to get all the players together and work out solutions for these emerging trends, I think that's a fantastic, fantastic thing to do. So with that, I rest my voice here, and thank you once again for this opportunity. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Rahul Kapoor, for your kind words. I would like to call upon the following people to felicitate your presence here. Can I request Mr. Suresh Patel, President, NAREDCO Gujarat, and Mr. Yogesh Bhavasar, Vice President, NAREDCO Gujarat, to kindly come upon stage and felicitate Shri Rahul Kapoor. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, sir. As I have previously mentioned, that this convention cannot be possible without the support of all of you here, our esteemed guests, dignitaries, stalwarts of the industry. And we would like to honor each and everyone's presence here. On that note, I would like to honor the presence of Mr. Shivarudrappa, Joint Secretary, Karnataka RERA. Can I request sir to kindly come up on stage, please? And to felicitate his presence, I would like to call upon Mr. Harsh Bansal and Mr. Kashi Nath Shukla. Can we have a big round of applause for our esteemed guest? Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. I would also like to felicitate the presence of Mr. Sharma, Additional Chief Town Planner, NAREDCO, Rajasthan. Can I request you to kindly come up on stage, sir? Mr. Sharma, Additional Chief Town Planner. There you are. And I request Mr. Praveen Jain from Rajasthan NAREDCO to kindly come up on stage and felicitate his presence. Can I request Mr. Praveen Jain to kindly come up on stage? I would request Shri G. Hari Babu to kindly come up on stage and felicitate the presence of Mr. Sharma. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, we have one last panel discussion before we break for lunch. Now, I know that these discussions are very intriguing, very engaging, but due to paucity of time, we cannot entertain each and every question. So I would request everyone to kindly respect the timings of our convention. And if you have any further questions after the time is over, kindly address the speakers after the event is over on stage. The NAREDCO 16th National Convention speaks about the India Vision 2047, which is the government's vision for the country's future. The convention will explore how the commercial real estate sector can contribute to achieving this vision and the role that government, industry, and investors can play in making it a reality. On that note, I would like to introduce our next panel discussion, which is on the topic of future of Indian cities, opportunities in real estate and urban development. The future of Indian cities holds promising opportunities for real estate and urban development, driven by dynamic demographic shifts and evolving lifestyle preferences. But along these opportunities are plenty of challenges which need to be addressed by the stalwarts and the people responsible in the sector. Thus, we have the next panel discussion, which is going to be joined by the following panelists. I would request our panelists to kindly come up on stage and take their seats. Firstly, Mr. S.V. Goyal, CEO and whole-time director, Reliance MedCity. Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists, please? Next is Mr. Hari Babu, President, NAREDCO, followed by Architect Pradeep K. Saxena, Chairperson, Team Rethinking Urbanism, TRU. Can we keep the applause going for our guests, please? Thank you. It really builds their enthusiasm and makes the discussion even more engaging. Next, we have Mr. Belafine Alexander, President, Sales, K-Nest. Mr. Alexander, are you here? There you are, sir. We have Architect Pavan Kumar Gupta, Principal Consultant, ISPC. And followed by our moderator, Dr. Sujit Kumar, MD, and Architect Klim Art, who will be moderating this session. Welcome, sir.
It's a pleasure to stand here and put some serious thinking into where we have come from and what we do. As builders, you do a fantastic job, But you know, somehow we have lost it all. Basically, you find a land, and whether it's a hospital or a hotel or an apartment or whatever you build, you start building them. And when you build, you get the best of the architects that you can find. You put an effort to do a green building, you get all the fenestrations done correct, you choose the right materials, you do everything that is correct, okay? You study the heat island effect, you calculate the enthalpy of the materials, you find out what is good. But you must understand that after all this technology, for 10,000 years, or many, many years, a bird built a nest perfect to its diameter, so that it doesn't hurt itself, it's not loose. When it sits on it, it keeps the waterproofing. The egg is safe. No geometry, nothing. Perfect circle, exact to the diameter. Honeybees built. Termites build. Termites build some fantastic thing. With the temperatures 4 degrees or 28 degrees or 56 degrees, it maintains 18 degrees inside. Ants build, all of this build, but human beings, when they started building, from the caves to penthouses, this journey went on, chote-chote gufa, bade-bade ghar, and this whole journey translated under two fundamental understandings. How do you handle light? How do you handle wind? How do you handle heat? This fundamental thing made a lot of building premises, and across the world, you would see, whether it is in Turkey, in Mayans, Aztecs, Incas, the Lhasa Mountains, in Kerala, in Srinagar, people have built what is good for the time and space. But now we stand at a crossroad asking ourselves this question: what are we doing with our cities? What are we doing with the buildings we do? Does it reflect the time and needs of the present day? Or see how the cities grew. I mean, one of the earliest things is you had a radial city. You made cities in a central port and you kept building around it, like Chandni Chowk kept growing. Then came the Lutyens and Baker. Then they built what is called the Lutyens Delhi. And you had in Hatra, you have a lot of spaces across various world, centers of excellence from about 3000 BC to around 1800, all built pretty well. And then came an idea of getting a garden city, and Moscow was developed on that. And you have all these things, patterns, beautifully done across the globe, everywhere. But one day what happens is, like Central Delhi is hexagonal city, but one day, like I said, what would happen is, an idea came that it should be a grid city. And this is the beginning, my friends, of the end of common sense. In the year 1960, two cities came up. One was Brasilia, and one was Chandigarh. We all know the story of Chandigarh. Look where Chandigarh is still today, struggling to make its own self felt, and a huge set of problems. A lot of people think it's a great place to be, but look at the way Oscar Niemeyer's Brasilia grew. So these are two thoughts, and we have in our panel two contrary thoughts. And I want all of you to wake up, because today, at the end of this day, it's not just an event you get up and go home. You ask yourself, what do you need to do from the time you leave this room? Now look at what happens. Each of these patterns, when it gets filled up, like if you have a grid pattern or a hexagonal pattern or radial pattern, जब भर जाता है तो क्या करते हो? People are not going to stop. How many of you know that Bombay was the biggest city in 1980? How many of you know that? Nobody. Okay, Bombay had the largest population. It had roughly 90 lakh people. And what was the population of Delhi? 55 lakhs. Now, population of Delhi, 55 lakhs. Today, it is 3.3 crores. You grew 6 times. Everybody says, Bombay mein acha growth hai, Bombay mein acha growth hai. But Bombay from about 83.6 lakhs in 1980, it has only become 2.12 crore. It just grew 3 times, not even 2.9 times. And in that 2.9 times, look at the problems Bombay has created for itself. It's a compendium, it's a cancer, and all you're trying to do is solve cancer with using band-aids. Modi ji came, said smart cities, Amrit cities, a lot of talk happened. Does anyone talk of smart cities anymore? There's a silence there. Redevelopment has started happening. There's a collaborative and inclusive development like Bhindi Bazaar. A lot of work. We have created a problem. We are trying to solve that problem. We are trying to find builders to invest, try to unlock the monetary value of the land. And this has been going on. We have got greenfield cities like the Gift City. We have got Reliance Med City coming here. We have all this, but mind you, the person who is using the city is finally at the lower end, a villager who has never seen a city, moves into the city and becomes a part of the clogging mechanism. So whether you like it or not, there will always be the rural, the peri-urban, the semi-urban, and the urban, and this migration will continue. Everybody wants better schools, better hospitals, better education for their children, better lifestyles. They come into the city, but the question is it really better lifestyle? So therefore, I put this across between Japan's organized city and our chaotic city. What is the difference? It's about law and its implementation. How well do we stand to this? The mode of transport, 1913 or something, the first corporation vehicle started in Calcutta, to a modern transport system. We have changed the technology. Our end user mindset might not have changed. We've lost spaces in urban areas for forestry. So we've taken the forest vertically up. We've realized that there is a lack of water. We have tried to capture every single drop that comes in. Excellent work some governments have done. Surat grew from 20 lakhs to 70 lakhs like a good city. Indore grew very well. But the concept of a city now is not expanding forever till like aaj Delhi mein agar 3.3 crores hai. We predict it to be 8 crores by 2050. Are you saying that Delhi will hit into Gurgaon, Gurgaon will hit into Manesar, Manesar will go to Rewari and Bhiwadi and Amer and Jaipur? Somewhere this will talk. So I would like to therefore invite Pradeep Saxena ji of the team Rethinking Urbanism to come and talk about what should ideally be the growth of India. Because the time has come for the consultant engineer to think beyond himself, connect with the policy and government, and to create the future. It is also important for us to see that the age of patents are over. There is no Shah Jahan building the Taj Mahal or Akbar doing the Fatehpur Sikri. That concept is over. There is a collective strategy. Today, a government policy, 50,000 houses in 18 months. So the government, the builder, the designer, the end user, it's a complex web. But between that, it is only money that makes decisions happen. If the money is in the right place, you will decide. The decision is always driven by commerce. And let us be very honest about it. If the money is in the right place, every builder will do the right thing, because we, as a community, herald the future. We are responsible for a beautiful planet for our children. So you can't keep borrowing. Like there's a talk about decarbonizing the network. Yesterday we had a talk. But within this complex network of heat island, greenery, carbon, FSI, funding, financing, back financing, lease funding, etc., there is a simple thought. What should we do? Let's build beautifully and let's build responsibly. Check. The TRU slides, please.
हेलो ये हम लोग बात करेंगे ह्यूमन हैबिटेशन की। सिटीज़ की अलग और गांव की अलग बात नहीं होती है। ओवरऑल ह्यूमन हैबिटेशन एक दूसरे को असर करता है। इसको ध्यान में रख करके हमने ह्यूमन हैबिटेशन विच इंक्लूड्स अर्बन रूरल बोथ, उनकी सभी समस्याओं का समाधान निकालने की कोशिश की है। नेक्स्ट सुजीत, नेक्स्ट। हाँ, अब ये हमारे शहरों का जो भविष्य है ये इस पे डिपेंड करेगा कि हम कौन सा फॉरवर्ड, अच्छा, ये हमारे इस पे डिपेंड करेगा कि जो लोग हैं उनको हम कहाँ बसाते हैं। 40-45 साल में हमारी कुल जनसंख्या 170 करोड़ हो जाएगी। 170 करोड़ की जनसंख्या हमारे देश की हो जाएगी, वहाँ स्टेबल होकर कम होना शुरू होगी। जिस तरह हम बढ़ रहे हैं उस हिसाब से जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ का भी एक्सपेंस है कि 80% लोग शहरों में रहने आएंगे विद द ग्रोथ ऑफ इकोनॉमी। इसका मतलब हुआ कि 138 करोड़ लोग जो हैं आ जाएंगे, तो लगभग 98 करोड़ लोगों के लिए हमको फैसिलिटीज सिटीज़ में बनानी है। अब अभी जो चल रहा है वो ये है कि एनसीआर दिल्ली प्लान किया गया है 2041 में फॉर 11.3 करोड़ पर्सन्स। अब 11.3 करोड़ इज population of the second most populous state in 2011, that is Maharashtra। और इसी तरह चले तो 2061 में हम कहेंगे भाई यूपी की पॉपुलेशन हम यहाँ बसा लें। अभी जो पॉपुलेशन 2041 में बसाने की बात कर रहे हैं, 7 ही 8 कंट्रीज हैं जिनकी इससे ज़्यादा पॉपुलेशन है पूरी दुनिया में। अब या भविष्य सोच सकते हैं कि 6 करोड़ का मुंबई और 4 करोड़ का बेंगलोर, क्या शहरों का भविष्य होगा। और हमें अपनी सोच बदलनी पड़ेगी। और जिस डायरेक्शन में हम जा रहे हैं, गवर्नमेंट जा रही है कि जहाँ गवर्नमेंट पैसा खर्च करेगी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर, वहाँ लोग बसेंगे। तो हम किस तरह से सोच रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, किसके लिए बना रहे हैं। फिर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट में एक सबसे बड़ी चीज़ होती है कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन कितना हो रहा है। अब लखनऊ एक्सप्रेस, आगरा एक्सप्रेस वे में 15 करोड़ रुपए में हमने एक एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट किया है। दिल्ली मेट्रो में हमने 6.86 करोड़ रुपए में एक एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट किया है। और ये जो हम मॉडल अब आपको एक्सप्लेन करेंगे, जो इन सब चीज़ों का संबंध है, इसमें कुल 40,000 रुपये में एक एम्प्लॉयमेंट का जनरेशन होगा। और ये आइसोलेशन में आप नहीं जा सकते कि भाई हम बसा दें लोगों को और उसके बाद देखेंगे जो होगा। तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट तो साथ में प्लान होगा, तो जिसमें सबसे कम पैसा खर्च करके हम एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट कर सकते हैं, उस रास्ते पे हमको जाना होगा। ये हमने कुल इसमें 6 चीज़ें की हैं। तो जिसमें एक हमने ये किया है कि 20 लाख की पॉपुलेशन को 15 मिनट मैक्सिमम कम्यूटिंग टाइम में हम किस तरह प्लान करते हैं, ये हमने प्लान कर लिया है। गवर्नमेंट को हमने इसको 2014 में बताया और 2017 में गवर्नमेंट ने इसमें फिर तेज़ी से काम शुरू किया। हमारे इसको पब्लिश भी किया है गवर्नमेंट ने, और एक वर्किंग ग्रुप बना करके इसके बारे में चर्चा भी हुई 15 महीने लीडिंग प्लानर्स, और एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट पे इस पर रिकमेंड किया गया। तो इसमें दूसरा काम है कि ग्रीनफील्ड और ब्राउनफील्ड सिटीज़ को क्लस्टरिंग करके हमने एक मेगा सिटी का नया फिजिकल स्ट्रक्चर तैयार किया है। अभी तक दुनिया में 2 फिजिकल स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं, एक हब एंड मॉडल है पेरिस का, और बाकी दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, न्यूयॉर्क, टोक्यो जिस तरह बसें वो हैं। ये तीसरा मॉडल है जिसमें मेगा सिटी की इकोनॉमी होगी और छोटे शहरों की सुविधाएँ होंगी, रहने की, कम्यूटिंग टाइम कम होगा और ये सब चीज़ें। और इसमें हमने तीसरा काम किया है कि फास्टर हैबिटेशन कैसे हो, इसमें लोग कैसे बसें। तो वो भी एक बहुत डिटेल्ड रिसर्च की शीट है। तो इसमें हमने प्लान किया कि 5 टाइम्स फास्टर हैबिटेशन हो देन अभी तक जो फास्टेस्ट हुआ है शेंजन चाइना में। 30 साल में 1 करोड़ की पॉपुलेशन पहुंची है, और ये हमारे क्लस्टरिंग में 1 करोड़ की अर्बन पॉपुलेशन की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। तो ये उनसे 2% खर्च करके हम बना सकते हैं, क्योंकि 98 करोड़ लोगों के लिए अगर हम इस तरह खर्च करें कि 1000 का टॉल प्लान कर रहे हैं सी लिंक बॉम्बे में जो नया बन रहा है, मतलब आने जाने में लोगों को 50,000 रुपये टॉल लगेगा। अगर यूज़ करेंगे तो कितने लोग यूज़ कर पाएंगे। हमारी 70% जो अब शहरों में लोग आएंगे उनका हाउसिंग लोन एंटाइटलमेंट 1.5 लाख रुपए भी नहीं है, और उनको जब तक एकोमोडेट नहीं करेंगे तब तक आपके पास सपोर्ट पॉपुलेशन चाहिए हर शहर को सरवाइव करने के लिए, खास करके मेरे जैसे सीनियर सिटीजन्स को। तो उनका तो सोचना ही पड़ेगा और उनको ड्यू रेस्पेक्ट भी देना पड़ेगा, जो अभी हम नहीं दे रहे हैं। अब इसके साथ मैंने ये किया है कि पेरी अर्बन एरियाज़ को प्री प्लान कर दिया है, पहले से उसका प्लान बना लिया है कि कितना डायरेक्शन में क्या होगा, ये सब लो राइज स्ट्रक्चर्स होंगे। और रूरल एरियाज़ का प्लान भी अर्बन एरियाज़ के साथ ही बनाए, तो वो एक रूरल डेवलपमेंट का मॉडल भी तैयार किया है। इन सब को अचीव करने के लिए हमने जो प्रेवलेंट अर्बन प्लानिंग प्रैक्टिसेस हैं उसका एक ऑर्डिनेट तैयार किया, जिससे हम ये सब चीज़ें तैयार कर पाएँ। अभी हम जिस तरह से अर्बन प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं उसका रिजल्ट हमारे सब शहरों में सामने है। तो इसके लिए हमने एक बिल्कुल नया मॉडल, नया मेथड तैयार किया अर्बन प्लानिंग का, जिससे सॉल्यूशंस का समाधान होगा। अब अभी हम ये कर रहे हैं कि अगर 20 लाख लोगों को एक शहर में बसाना है, ये एक 20 लाख के एग्जिस्टिंग सिटी का प्लान है। डार्क पैच जो है उसमें 20 लाख लोग बसाए जा सकते हैं, लेकिन लाइट पैच लेना पड़ता है क्योंकि लोग ज़मीन खरीद कर डाल देते हैं। तो हर मास्टर प्लान में हम इतनी जगह ले लेते हैं। अब हमारा जो प्रपोज प्लान है उसमें ये प्रपोज जहाँ लिखा है ग्रीन, ये इतना एरिया है कि अगर 4-4 मीटर पे हम 20 लाख लोगों को खड़ा करें तो इससे कम जगह लगती है। अब इस जगह में लगने वाला खर्चा, ज़मीन, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, दोनों में कितना अंतर है ये देख लीजिए, और यही हम अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं। हम उस तरह शहरों को फैलाना नहीं अफोर्ड कर सकते, ना उतना बलूनिंग की ज़रूरत है। जितनी हवा भरनी थी शहरों में भर दी, अब पिन भी लगाने की ज़रूरत नहीं, अब और फुलाइए तो वो फट जाएंगे अपने आप। ये एक ग्लोबल मैकेंजी इंस्टीट्यूट की रिपोर्ट थी 2008 की, कि 2040 तक, उनका 30 तक का था, उसको मैंने 2011 के पॉपुलेशन फिगर्स और 2040 तक के लिए एक्सटेंड किया। तो 270 लाख हेक्टेयर ज़मीन चाहिए अर्बनाइजेशन के लिए 2040 तक। मैं बात कर रहा हूँ टोटल पॉपुलेशन, अर्बन पॉपुलेशन, उससे काफ़ी गुना ज़्यादा चाहिए। ये हमारे मॉडल में घट के 3.25 लाख रह जाती है। 270 लाख और 3.25 लाख में बहुत अंतर है। और अभी ज़मीन का ये है कि 2014 में हमारे पास खेती की ज़मीन दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा थी, क्योंकि भगवान ने बनाया है हमारे देश को ऐसा। 52.5% हमारे यहाँ पे अरेबल लैंड है। अब दूसरे देशों में हम बात करें तो अमेरिका में हमसे उस समय 5800 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर कम थी, लेकिन आज की तारीख में उनके पास हमसे 9800 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर ज़्यादा है। मतलब हमने 15400 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर जगह, मतलब 15 लाख से ज़्यादा हेक्टेयर, इतनी ज़मीन बिल्डिंग्स और इसमें दबा दी। इसके अलावा हमने 10 लाख हेक्टेयर ज़मीन फॉरेस्ट की भी ली है। तो इसमें हमने बिल्डिंग्स बना ली, फूड सिक्योरिटी को भी करेगा, डैमेज करेगा। 4.2 लाख करोड़ प्लस कॉस्ट ऑफ लैंड, जो शहरों के एक्सटेंशन उसमें 3 गुनी है 4.2 लाख से। इतना फंड चाहिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए, बिल्डिंग्स तो बाद में बनेंगी। 80-90 हज़ार का गवर्नमेंट का अर्बन मिनिस्ट्री का फंड होता है, कुछ भी बना लीजिए। इनका कहना है 4.2 लाख करोड़ में जैसा भी वैसा रहेगा। इससे कम लगाएंगे तो शहर खराब होते जाएंगे, इससे ज़्यादा लगाएंगे तो इम्प्रूवमेंट होगा। तो ज़्यादा लगाने का तो सवाल ही नहीं है अभी तो इसी को। अब हमने जो एक्चुअली ये जो डेवलपमेंट किया है, इसमें मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ इंडियन ट्रेडिशनल विजडम का फ्यूज़न किया है, जिससे ये रिजल्ट्स हमको मिलते हैं। क्योंकि अभी मिक्स्ड यूज़ और ये सब बातें हो रही हैं, हमारे यहाँ मल्टी यूज़ का कॉन्सेप्ट रहा है। तो मल्टी यूज़ का कॉन्सेप्ट जब हम इसमें लगाते हैं तो हमें जो बिल्ट स्पेस की रिक्वायरमेंट है वो भी 1680 करोड़ से 960 करोड़ स्क्वायर मीटर रह जाएगी। तो काफ़ी डिफरेंस है अंग्रेज़ों की बुद्धि से चलने में और हमारे पूर्वजों की बुद्धि में चलने में। अनफॉर्चुनेटली अभी हम अंग्रेज़ों की बुद्धि से चल रहे हैं, उनकी बनाई हुई चीज़ को फॉलो कर रहे हैं, और फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट नहीं है अगर रास्ता नहीं बदला तो, सिटीज़ का भी और गांव का भी। क्योंकि गांव से प्रॉपर्टी कम हो जाएगी, खंडर हो जाएंगे घर, शहर में हम नए बनाएंगे। तो एक चैलेंज हमें ये है कि इतने लोगों को अर्बन एमिनिटीज़, एम्प्लॉयमेंट सब देना है, और साथ में ये भी है कि अगर 80% के बजाय 65% पे ही हम स्टेबल कर लें अर्बन पॉपुलेशन को, तो हमें 20 करोड़ लोगों के लिए कम बनाना पड़ेगा। तो वो भी हम लोगों ने काम किया है कि हम कैसे स्टेबलाइज कर सकते हैं। 27% हम कम कर सकते हैं अर्बनाइजेशन को, तो उससे हमारे रूरल एरिया में भी प्रॉपर्टीज़ जो हैं बचेंगी। ये हमारा मॉडल है मेगा सिटी का। इसमें हमने 1 या 2 इसमें ग्रीनफील्ड सिटीज़ हो सकते हैं, ब्राउनफील्ड सिटीज़ हो सकते हैं, और 3 या 4 ग्रीनफील्ड सिटीज़ हो सकते हैं। बीच में हमने एयरपोर्ट सिटी ली है। तो ये पूरा क्लस्टर 1 करोड़ की अर्बन पॉपुलेशन का होता है। हमारे देश में जो वाइबिलिटी है, रूरल एरिया में तो केमिस्ट की दुकान भी नहीं चला सकते, अब नाई भी नहीं है वहाँ पे। अर्बन एरियाज़ में अब जैसे पुणे है 60 लाख का शहर, अभी तक तो वहाँ कुल 4 इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट्स थी, उसके लिए 2-2 लाख रुपए कस्टम ऑफिसर और इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर्स, और एविएशन कंपनी के ऑफिसर्स, ये सब एक हफ्ते में हम उनको 4 घंटे काम दे पा रहे थे। 4 दिन फ्लाइट्स थी, 2-2 घंटे का काम होता है, तो 8 घंटे के लिए हम इतना पैसा दे रहे हैं। इसलिए क्योंकि हम ये सब चीज़ें वायबिलिटी के हिसाब से नहीं बना रहे हैं। क्योंकि अब बॉम्बे पास में है पूना से, बॉम्बे से 20,000 टिकट सस्ता होगा तो पूना का आदमी बॉम्बे जाके बैठेगा। भोपाल इंदौर दोनों जगह इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट बना दिया है। तो इसको हमने जोड़ दिया है हाई स्पीड रोड से और मीडियम स्पीड ट्रेन से, और पेरी अर्बन एरियाज हमने इसमें बाद में किए हैं। तो अब इसमें जो लोग आधे घंटे की दूरी पे रहते हैं 30 किलोमीटर पे, उनको माइग्रेट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। हाँ, उनको माइग्रेट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। दैट मीन्स 27% माइग्रेशन हम कम कर सकते हैं। और इसमें एयरपोर्ट सिटी में जिन चीज़ों की 1 करोड़ की वायबिलिटी है उनको हम बसाएंगे। अमृतसर जबलपुर दोनों में फोर्टिस ने हॉस्पिटल खोले और बंद किए। बड़े शहर हैं दोनों, लेकिन बिजनेस नहीं चला। तो ये अब चूंकि 1 घंटे की दूरी पे है हमारा एयरपोर्ट सिटी, तो उतना लोग ट्रेन से या उससे जर्नी कर लेंगे। चाहे एयरपोर्ट जाना हो, बहुत सी जगह आपको रोज़ जाना होता है, बहुत सी जगह आपको महीने 2 महीने में जाना है या 15 दिन में जाना है। तो जहाँ रोज़ जाना है वहाँ पर आप अलग से प्लान कर सकते हैं। इंडस्ट्रीज़ हमने इनसे बाहर रखी हैं क्योंकि फ्लक्चुएशन और बहुत सारी चीज़ें इंडस्ट्रीज में होती है, ट्रैफिक तरह का होता है। तो ये हमने 2 इंडस्ट्रियल सिटी एक क्लस्टर के साथ रखी हैं। इस तरह के क्लस्टर हमारे पास में 3 यूपी के लिए, 3 गुजरात के लिए, 1 कर्नाटक के लिए, 1 महाराष्ट्र के लिए, 1 मध्य प्रदेश के लिए, 1 राजस्थान के लिए और 1 नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए थोड़ा अलग तरह से बनाया है। ये उड़ीसा के लिए भी एक है। ये तैयार हैं अभी, रेडी फॉर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन। यहाँ के बिल्डर्स अगर चाहेंगे तो उनके राज्य में ये काम हो सकता है और इसमें बहुत पैसा नहीं लगना है, लेकिन एक क्लस्टर 12 लाख करोड़ की इकोनॉमी ऐड करेगा एक स्टेट में। हमारा सोचना ये है कि बॉम्बे जैसी मेगा सिटी की इकोनॉमी हर स्टेट में अगर हम बना पाएंगे तो हमारे राज्य तो कंपेरेबल है यूरोप के बड़े देशों से, पॉपुलेशन में भी, एरिया में भी। पॉपुलेशन भी ज़्यादा है, एरिया भी ज़्यादा है, लेकिन पर कैपिटा इनकम कम है। तो पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ेगी एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ने से, और डेंसिटी आप लेंगे तो इन्फ्लेशन कम होगा। तो अभी हम लोग डेंसिटी के अगेंस्ट काम कर रहे हैं। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाइए ताकि एफआईआर वगैरह के झंझट से निकल आए। अभी आपको एफआईआर या बाकी चीज़ें रिस्ट्रिक्शंस हैं इसलिए क्योंकि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं है। तो छोटी सी जगह में बनाना है तो वी कैन गो फॉर better than world class infrastructure in these cities. ये हमारा रूरल मॉडल है। तो ये जो हमारे सिटीज़ हैं इनसे हमने रूरल एरियाज़ के बीच में अर्बन एम्यूनिटी सेंटर्स बनाए हैं, इस तरह से कि किसी भी गांव से ये 23 किलोमीटर से ज़्यादा दूर ना रह जाएं। तो जो डॉक्टर्स और टीचर्स गांव में नहीं जाते हैं वो इन अर्बन एम्यूनिटी सेंटर्स में जा सकते हैं। सिटी में रहना चाहते हैं सिटी में रहें, और गांव के बच्चों, शहर के बच्चों को हम बस से स्कूल लाते हैं, 1.5-2 घंटे लग जाते हैं कई शहरों में। यहाँ आप उनको आधे घंटे में, पौन घंटे में पूरे गांव के लोग कर सकते हैं। बड़ी स्केल पे ये स्कूल्स बनेंगे, नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स ज़्यादा होंगे तो अफोर्डेबिलिटी निकल आएगी। तो ये हमारा रूरल मॉडल है जिससे कि माइग्रेशंस कम होंगे, सिटी में लोग कम रहेंगे और रूरल एरिया भी हमारा जो है वो रहेगा। अभी रूरल एरिया में क्या है, 50-60 करोड़ लोग तो खेती में लगे हैं। उतनी ज़मीन में अमेरिका में 35 लाख लोग करते हैं। तो 35 लाख लोग जितना कमाते हैं हमारे यहाँ 50-60, तो हम तो गरीब बने रहेंगे। चाहे हम कोई जीडीपी की बात कर लें, कितना खुद पैसा कमाने की बात कर लें, देश तो गरीब रहेगा। ये लखनऊ क्लस्टर है। इसमें हमने जो क्लस्टर की वर्किंग की है उसमें कितने घर आ रहे हैं, कितने गांव आ रहे हैं, कितनी फैमिलीज़ हैं, कितना हमको एडिशनल रोड बनाना पड़ रहा है, क्या ज़मीन की कॉस्ट है, और रेलवे में कुछ एक्सटेंशन की ज़रूरत हो तो वो, और जो बाकी जो फिजिकल डाटा है वो सब कलेक्ट करके ये क्लस्टर्स बनाए हैं और इसके अब जैसे लखनऊ क्लस्टर में कानपुर उतनी दूरी पे है जितनी दूरी पे हम शहर बनाना चाह रहे हैं, तो हमको 3 बनाने पड़ेंगे। पर अयोध्या जी के पास हमने 1 और ले लिया, क्योंकि अर्बनाइजेशन जब सैचुरेशन पे होगा तो ये 4 सिटीज़ की जगह हो सकता है 8 करनी पड़े, तो उसको अभी से प्लान कर लिया है। इनको केवल इंटरकनेक्ट करना है और रूरल एरियाज़ का भी इसके साथ डेवलपमेंट होना है। ये हमारा ग्रीन फील्ड सिटीज़ है। इसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर लैंड की जो कॉस्ट है ये 20 रुपये से 40 रुपये स्क्वायर फीट रह जाएगी, क्योंकि ये ज़मीनें हमने ली है ऐसी जगह जहाँ लोग ज़मीन नहीं खरीद रहे हैं, जहाँ सड़क नहीं है। शहर के लोग ज़मीन खरीदते हैं सड़क के किनारे, अंदर की ज़मीनें बेचना चाहे कोई नहीं बेचता है, क्योंकि गांव वालों के पास पैसा नहीं है। तो इसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लस लैंड कॉस्ट 20 से 40 रुपये, अलग अलग जगह ज़मीन के रेट अलग हैं। अब भोपाल जैसे शहर में जहाँ मैं रहता हूँ वहाँ पे 2000 रुपये से 60,000 रुपये की लोडिंग है पर स्क्वायर फीट ऑफ बिल्ट स्पेस। तो दिस इज़ अ वे जिससे कि हम हर आदमी को कैटर कर पाएंगे। एक लग्जरी हाउसिंग में हम कर रहे हैं, मासेज हमारी जो हैं उसके लिए हम अभी टच नहीं कर रहे हैं, और गवर्नमेंट के एफर्ट्स सफिशेंट नहीं है। इनमें 15 मिनट का कम्यूटिंग टाइम, मैक्सिमम 5.5 मिनट का एवरेज टाइम है। इंक्रीमेंटल पार्किंग है। एक कम्युनिटी लीनियर फॉरेस्ट है 400 हेक्टेयर का, और 80 कम्युनिटी किड्स कम्युनिटी ऑर्चर्ड्स हैं। ये कल्चर को रिवाइव करने के लिए 80% ग्रीन कवर है। ये बच्चे ही चलाएंगे। 80 जगह पे 2-2 हेक्टेयर का है। फलों के पेड़ उगाएंगे, मॉनिटर करेंगे, उसकी कमर्शियल वैल्यू करेंगे एंड कैश। इसको मैं जल्दी कर लेता हूँ। स्ट्रेस इंडेक्स है, ह्यूमन वैल्यूज़ है, जो जो चीज़ें कंसीडर करनी वो सब हमने कंसीडर की हैं। और ये मानव वसाहत का जो ह्यूमन हैबिटेशन का सब्जेक्ट है, ये हमारे यहाँ देश में बड़ा नेग्लेक्टेड रहा है। दूसरे देशों में ऐसा नहीं है। इसी से वैल्यूज़, एनवायरनमेंट, एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, स्पोर्ट्स, एग्रीकल्चर, इकोनॉमी, आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट, एवरीथिंग कम्स आउट ऑफ इट एंड देन अफेक्ट्स इट। अब ये अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ना कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में है, ना सेंट्रल की लिस्ट में है, ना स्टेट की लिस्ट में है। तो हर आदमी एक दूसरे पर डाल सकता है कि भाई ये तो स्टेट में जाइए, ज़मीन स्टेट का सब्जेक्ट है इसलिए स्टेट का हो गया, और ये आप सेंट्रल में जाइए, पैसा तो उन्हीं के पास है। तो अभी तो हम यही कबड्डी खेल रहे हैं कि भाई कहाँ क्या होना है, इससे बाहर आना चाहिए।
कम टू वाइंडिंग अप।
हाँ, वो एंड हो गया बस। नेक्स्ट शीट। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
So, Pradeep ji, this whole model you have taken to develop the whole India into various kind of sectoral developments, so that the overall cost of land and infrastructure is amazingly only 20 rupees. Now, this is the magic you have to understand, because builder का सबसे ज़्यादा चोट है land. If the land costs are very high, obviously your product cost is high. This model surprisingly breaks all set norms and gives you land with infrastructure at 20 rupees a square foot. इस पे आप सोचिएगा. I will at the same time get a contrarian view from Pawan Gupta ji. Pawan Gupta ji, in a quick short this thing, what is your opinion on the future of this development of various cities?
Do we have the slides or? See, I would go by what Saxena ji had said in the end, that reduce the number of people for urbanization. But that does not mean that those people continue to live in the villages, because that is not sufficient. You need the service sector. India actually demands a growth in service sectors for employment generation, and maybe in the agriculture sector. Because manufacturing sector, there is little employment. And in future, it is reducing in the service also. So, what is possible is that we create cities amidst the rural areas. Where people are living, they continue living over there. And there is only reverse migration. Instead of rural people coming to the cities, people from the cities who have links with the rural areas, they first reverse migrate and then once they reverse migrate, institutions and industries come up over there, and rest of the people also get an opportunity to get back. Sorry, I was not audible maybe. It is a very simple model that the entire state of Chhattisgarh was divided into 66 parts. They are the existing regional modules, that they have the peripheries on the highways where all the amenities are available, and the chunk of land as big as Delhi is without any great amount of facilities existing over there. So those places where there is no urbanization, there are little facilities in the rural areas, that is where these cities have to be developed over there. The networks have to be developed over there without much of land. It is not that our plan is not for making residential areas. It is for making the infrastructure. You make the infrastructure. Infrastructure is not only transportation or power generation, but it is also in terms of community facilities. So you create those social infrastructure also and physical infrastructure also, so that people reverse migrate. And once they reverse migrate, then the whole economy in that area starts moving. So the plan for urbanization has to be a plan for economic development, not just for housing people. Once they are there, then you can have housing through land pooling near the community centers which are developed on the network. I think it would be difficult to explain this thing without the slides. So I think we do it.
What you said is very right. You see, if you just develop like Putrajaya was developed, रात को अंधेरा हो जाता है, nobody goes there. Naya Raipur has the same problem. Everybody goes to work, they all come back. It's empty. But what you rightly said, development must be driven by economy. And exactly on that model, we have the Met City of Reliance. And Shri Vallabhji, if you could highlight how you have really captured the sense of what Pawanji just said, that your development must be driven by the economy of the land.
Good afternoon, friends. I must first express my sincere thanks to NAREDCO for granting us yesterday the award for urban planning and design development. Thank you, NAREDCO, once again. The future of cities and urbanization is continue to happen. In fact, currently we are at approximately, all of us know, 36% urbanization. And if you take 7 states like Assam, Odisha, Bengal, and around 15%, and Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and some other states like Chhattisgarh at around 25%. And this makes approximately 50% of the India's population. If you reduce these states and take the urbanization of other states, it will be much more than the 50%. So it is likely to happen, and it will happen. So what needs to be done to prevent and to the adverse effect of the large urbanization, like we heard from everybody, that what needs to be done? As Pawanji has rightly said, and the sentiment echoed properly by the moderators are also, that we need to build the economic development around the larger cities, such that the people get the benefit of larger cities also, as well as cost of infrastructure, cost of land is lower, and you can make people live there and earn there. And this is where we worked very, very well. We are developing a very large economic town near Gurgaon. We own around 8,000 acres of land, out of which 2,000 acres of land has already been developed. We allotted 500 plots for industries, out of which around 170 plots are either operating or constructing, and 40,000 people are already working there. And our plan is like this, that you need to reach to your workplace from your residence, you will need maximum 5 to 10 minutes walking. So the area has been residential and industrial area or the commercial area has been planned in such a way that while they are very near, they are separate also. So for each industrial area, there is a demarcated residential area which is not interfering with the industrial area. So there is a separate entry exit for the industries and separate industry exit for the residential area. And this has been planned as a sustainable town. We have already been awarded by IGBC as a platinum rating with 87 marks, which is the highest marks attained by any platinum rated city of this scale and size. Friends, I would like to say some of the elements which we adopted as a smart city concept in this development is the use of the NB-IoT technology, fiber, and the recycle. In industrial areas in India, there is nowhere recycling of the water is done. Whereas while in Haryana, for industrial water, there is no recycling compulsory. We design our own development guidelines and put it as a part of our agreement that every industry has to recycle its water and every industry has to use recycled water at 30% water. And we are supplying recycled water by separate lines. So this is how you have to reduce, the concept of reduce, reuse and recycle is being implemented. Similarly, another example I would like to give, I would not like to take much of the time because I know the lunch, you are all waiting for the lunch, so I like to give only one or two examples more of how differently we have done. Take the case of street lights. In street lights, we have used first time NB-IoT technology, wherein individual lights can be switched on, switched off, or individual lights can be dimmed. All of us know that the lumens required is with respect to traffic. So once the traffic in the night reduces, predominantly 11 to 4 or 12 to 4, that time we reduce the lumens. And this is how we are saving 25 to 30% of the electricity consumption. So this is one example of water, one example of this. And on the green, as I already told you that we obtained the IGBC platinum rating, and we have done some plantation on the Miyawaki forest also. And the most green city you will see in times to come and currently operating. And this is how the cities need to be developed. We reduce the infrastructure cost, you reduce the land cost. This is what we have done in a nutshell. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Shri Vallabhji, very good point you have here. One of the questions that also comes from Pawan's idea is that in the 1980s, just a Green Park bana, Amar Colony before that and all Chitranjan Park, हमने क्या बर्फी cutting करी. We had a road, we cut plots and sold the plots. So guys bought the plot and then they build whatever they want to build. So does city technically mean selling land? Because land is country. But the asset you're selling should be the built spaces. Like you're doing factory, you can give the land to the factory because it's very customized to their requirement. But when it comes to user spaces like housing or whether it is for malls or retail or shopping or institutional or offices, we always believe that the land, if it is sold, it never can be an organized, perfect growth as a city. It will be haphazard, it will be tangential, it will be spontaneous. Pawanji, what is your opinion on this?
What we are understanding is that when you have a network spread over the entire country and there are regional, there are various community centers over there where you have the basic facilities like school, training center, mall, club, all those things are there over there, and the roads which are coming from the rural areas, they intersect at that point. And next to the community centers, you give land for land pooling. those people who have, they build there as per the directions of the development authority, those housing societies are developed, they are going to be like farm housing societies. See, the difference is like what people feel is important is to have extremely high density urban development. We are feeling that we can have in India the luxury of an extremely low density development, where people can actually live in farmhouses and have cooperative community facilities. It is luxury at its peak, which is possible, but hope we do it.
प्रदीप जी, मैं थोड़ा कमेंट करना चाहूँगा आपके इस बारे में बिफोर.
हाँ जी, okay.
See, you made a mention कि आप लैंड सेल करते हैं या कोई भी करता है. See, किसी भी टाउन के इवोल्यूशन के फेजेस होते हैं. पहले फेज में आपका जो है विला घर आता है, फिर फ्लोर्स टाइप आते हैं, फिर हाई राइज आते हैं. यू कैनॉट गो स्ट्रेट टू हाई राइज, एंड पर्टिकुलरली इन ए रूरल एरिया. There the people do not have a confidence to live in the combined apartment. It is a dependent on economic activity also. And जहाँ तक हमारे क्वेश्चन का सवाल है, हमने जितने जो अर्बनाइजेशन हम कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे, मैं कोई थ्योरी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ बिल्कुल भी. I am not talking any theory, any principles. We are delivering in practice. You can come and see. Out of the 500 plots we allotted, we have a condition in our sale deed that if you do not construct your factory within 3 years of taking the plot, we have a right to take back plot at 80% sale value, of original sale value. Therefore, the fastest habitation and employment generation in India, in any industrial estate, is in Reliance Med City. Because we have put a condition in sale deed that we will take back at 80% value.
Very good. That's
Similarly, to make the faster habitation in the residential plots, we have voluntarily floated a scheme after selling the plot that I will give you X rupees if you construct within 2 years. And that X rupees is almost 50% of the cost of single story flat. Mind you, that much money I sold out. And the results are seen today. Results are seen in such a fashion that around 100 plots are under construction, which have been just delivered 6 months back.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Shri Vallabhji, that's a very good idea because you have actually solved the problem. Because like DLF did, पहले plot बेच दिया 10 साल तक बना नहीं, but you've really done a very good job. And if this does pick up as a trend, I think larger developments would have an actuated plan that will ensure that development happens in time. But what I was thinking that now we have our sponsor as well here, KNS, a large amount of developments. We're talking of some 50 billion square foot to be added per year on a kind of a large scale across the country in various urban sectors. And I would like you, Belafine, to Alexander, to come in and tell us, does India's construction industry has the necessary teeth and is it geared up to handle the kind of growth? Because I don't think people have really understood that your shuttering material, your cement, your steel, everything, you need to really quadruple the production if you really want to catch up with the kind of space at which India is going to grow in the next 20 years. Belafine.
Thank you, sir. So, am I audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, gentlemen. So, as the esteemed panelists mentioned here, I mean, the pace at which the urban development has been projected to grow, you need a reliable partner who has the capability, who has the resource, who has the technology to supply for that requirement. So, formwork is nothing but a mold which gives shape not only to the concrete but to a dream. A developer, a builder has a dream which he transfers to the architects, to the structural engineers. So if the mold is not proper, the mold is not correct, the dream will not end up as a reality. It will take a different shape. So a formwork is critical. It contributes approximately 1 to 2% of the project cost, but the result of choosing a right partner, a reliable partner, who's there for you when you need them, who's present all across India, who will come and support you, is very, very important. So I would say choosing the right partner for a right formwork partner for the urban development is very critical. KNest is a company, we have 150,000 square meter capacity per month. We have a fully automated plant, so there is no margin for error. We have put technology in the formwork, we have put sensors in the formwork, electronic sensors, which will reduce manual errors, which will increase the speed of construction. So whatever plan, the vision we share for modern urban development will only happen if we put technology, so which we have already done.
Wonderful. So all those people who are looking at large construction, look at KNS because sensor-based formwork, it's a new thing. Sensor-based formwork also ensures that the minimum error, you have less plastering requirements, less error correction, less chipping and so on. A good technology formed with a good supporting partner is one of the fundamentals for large sector growth. Before I just wind up, one quick rounding up, I think Reliance Met City is doing a great job because it's taken a rural sector and brought in enterprise there, brought in economic movement there and has developed a platform which ensures that buildings happen very fast. So as we go by, one quick ending sentence from Pradeep Saxena ji and then Pawan and followed by last word Reliance.
Hello, all development projects shall be a part of a bigger plan. I remember South Korea and India, they were independent on 15th August 1947. They choose the path of industries, and we concentrated on development of agriculture. Now where they are, where we are now. 80s onward, developed countries are going for service sector, from which all you come. And now we are thinking of industrialization and talking about having so many. So we must have a definite goal. What is the potential of service sector? What is the potential of industrial sector? And what is the potential of agriculture sector? And plan accordingly and work as per that, all of us, because we are for the development of the nation. So everything is important, agriculture is important, industry is also important, service sector is also important. But the citizens and the government must have a particular development plan that yes, this sector we have to invest this much, give benefits to them. Like SEZ benefits were given to industries and economic development. But now SEZ benefits have not been passed on the real estate sector. That is again for economic development. So we must demand from the government that for realtors also, if they are doing big work like Mr. Goyal, Sri Vallabhji, these SEZ shall be given to this part of the, apart from industry also. That is already in the policy, nobody is asking for it.
I think NAREDCO can take it up as one of the biggest challenges to make real estate investment and real estate sectors be treated at par with SEZs. So that's a great idea. A lot of tax benefits and other could come. Hari Babuji can specifically take note in his tenure. Maybe we look forward. Pawanji, your last ending, one last ending sentence. Short.
Yeah. So we were discussing about the difference between a small house, a bigger house, a multi-storied, but the basic thing which we must understand is that we are India. We are not China, we are not America, we are not Europe. Unless we understand that we have certain resources which they don't have. We always feel that they have more resources and we don't have those resources. But what are the fundamental resources which we have? First is that we've got almost a uniformly distributed farm holding pattern. And we are still living in the rural areas at this time of technology when communication has become extremely simple. So it is a blessing in disguise that we did not urbanize till now. And now we should not do the mistake of getting urbanized the same way. I'm sorry that we are unfortunately following the same path which those countries followed who had no other option. We have an option, and still we are following those. If we follow that path, that would be wrong. The second very important resource which we have is people who have migrated out from the villages. They have learned various skills, they have earned money, they are resourceful people, they are skillful people, and they are ready to come back. So the reverse migrants is another. So there are these three basic resources which we have, which we should utilize.
Brilliant, brilliant. So it's good that we didn't urbanize earlier. We can learn from other Western mistakes. We are like Atmanirbhar Bharat. We know what our strengths are. And like Pawanji said, we must create our own strategies and write our story, because this is our millennium. Shri Vallabhji, last one sentence.
मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा, भारतवर्ष बहुत बड़ा है, हर स्टेट, डिस्ट्रिक्ट, सिटी की आवश्यकताएं अलग अलग हैं. हमारा सामाजिक और आर्थिक ताना बाना भी कई जगह डिफरेंट है. सो नो वन सॉल्यूशन फिट्स टू एवरी सिटी और एवरी प्लेस. वी हैव टू बी अलाइंड, वी हैव टू बी जागरूक कि कहाँ की क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसी के हिसाब से हमें वहाँ पे प्लान करना चाहिए. और इस तरह से प्लानिंग इस तरह से हो कि ये छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स में प्लान करके एक जो ताना बाना बुना जाए वो एक शहर के आसपास का या स्टेट का या डिस्ट्रिक्ट का उसमें एक समाहित हो सके. सो वी नीड ए समग्र प्लानिंग as well as we need a small area planning both. So there is a requirement in such a way that they congregate at one place in a planned developed way. That's what, and this is where we are working. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on the panelist views, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we are an Indian company. We have abundant resources available here. So I would request to support an Indian company which is proving to be a global example. Thanks.
Thank you to our panelists, our esteemed speakers. Thank you for such an engaging discussion. We would like to felicitate their presence, and to felicitate Mr. S.V. Goyal, I would like to call upon Mr. Manoj Joshi, President Uttarakhand NAREDCO. Can I request Mr. Manoj Joshi to come up on stage, please? Can I request Mr. Anil Suri, Honorable Secretary NAREDCO, to kindly come up on stage to felicitate Mr. S.V. Goyal? Mr. Sunil C. Reddy, can we have you on stage to felicitate our guests? Can I request Mr. Ravi Reddy to also come on stage to felicitate our speakers? I would request Mr. Ravi Reddy to felicitate architect Pradeep Saxena. Can I request Mr. Harsh Bansal to kindly felicitate Mr. Alexander? Mr. Harsh Bansal, I would also request you felicitate Mr. Architect Pawan Kumar Gupta and Dr. Sujit Kumar. Mr. Harsh Bansal, can you felicitate our other two guests as well? Thank you so much, gentlemen. And that brings us to the end of the first half of the Day 2 16th National Convention by NAREDCO. I would request everyone to kindly proceed towards lunch. We are having a lunch break now, and come right back with the same gusto and the same energy for our rest of the panel discussions and speakers. See you all in a while.
construction costs and credit access for low-income segments. NAREDCO's prestigious 11th National Convention on Sustainable Housing 2012 at New Delhi was inaugurated by Shri President of India alongside Shri Ajay Makan, the Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, Government of India, to address the growing need for housing and urban infrastructure. From NAREDCO's 13th workshop led to extended mortgage loan tenures and rental housing policies. In 2016, NAREDCO contributed to the establishment of the Real Estate Regulatory and Development Act, RERA, in India. The 13th National Convention in 2016 featured key government figures addressing real estate stakeholders. NAREDCO's 14th National Convention on August 2017 featured esteemed cabinet ministers including Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, former Minister of Housing and Rural Development, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, former Minister of State for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Shri Rajiv Pratap Rudy, former Minister of State Independent Charge for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Distinguished speakers in the conference included Shri Om Birla, Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha, Shri Prakash Javadekar, former Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, and several prominent leaders from Government of India. NAREDCO's hallmark activities. NAREDCO Next Gen. NAREDCO Next Gen aims to empower and engage young entrepreneurs in the real estate and related fields. NAREDCO Mahi. NAREDCO has founded MAHI, the women's wing of NAREDCO, with the aim of empowering women entrepreneurs and promoting their involvement in the real estate sector and related domains. NAREDCO Finance Committee. NAREDCO has established a finance committee consisting of prominent financial institutions, investment bankers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all back after that very exciting networking lunch. I hope everybody had great conversations. I'm sure you did, because somebody has lost a pair of earphones. We found this on the floor. If it belongs to anyone, then kindly, sir, is it yours? Oh, okay. If it belongs to anyone, kindly come to backstage and claim them. Thank you so much. Well, now that we are back, we are yet to start our next part of the day 2 of the 16th National Convention by NAREDCO. We are going to be moving on to our next speaker soon, but let's, before that, check the energy in the room. How's everybody feeling? Oh, fantastic. I like the energy. So we're going to do a quick energy replenishment exercise. Can I request everyone to stand up? Can everybody stand up? No hands this time. Everybody knows the game Simon Says? You know the game Simon Says? Okay, we'll play Pavleen Says, since you don't know what Simon says. So we're going to play Pavleen Says. I hope the laughter wasn't my joke, ma'am. Good. If you're laughing on something else, then I won't know. So we're going to say Pavleen Says because nobody knows what Simon says at this point. So it's pretty simple. I'm going to give you instructions. For example, I'll say, Pavleen says, take your right hand out. So if I say Pavleen says, then you have to do it. But if I just say, take your right hand out, then don't do it. Pretty simple. Basically, you listen to what Pavleen says. I'm liking this conclave even better now. All right then. So it's pretty simple. Is everybody ready? Okay. Pavleen says both hands up. Pavleen says both hands down. Hands up. Oh. Some of you are not listening or listening too intently. Okay. Pavleen says hands up. Pavleen says hands down. Pavleen says hands up. Hands down. Better, much better. Okay. Pavleen says hands down. Okay. Pavleen says sit down. Pavleen says stand up. Not so soon. Okay. Pavleen says sir, stand up. Pavleen says sir. Okay, you want to keep on sitting? Let's do the sitting. Okay, Pavleen says sit down. Now Pavleen says hold your right ear. Hold your right ear. Hold your left ear. I didn't say Pavleen says. So Pavleen says hold the right ear and Pavleen says hold the left ear, and take a pledge right now that Pavleen says we are going to be listening to everything that is being done on stage attentively. Yes, is that a yes? Okay, fantastic. A big round of applause for all of you. Thank you so much for the attention that is all on the stage now. Thank you. We are going to be starting this next session, which is going to be done by Shri Sanjay Kulshrestha, CMD, HUTCO. Can we have Shri Sanjay on stage, please? And please welcome him with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, friends. I am Sanjay Kulshrestha. I am heading HUTCO. I joined the sector recently, so I am a newborn in your sector. Earlier, I was part of the power sector. To start with, I can say, let me start from the budget, and which is giving a rippling kind of effect to the Indian economy, which has started last year, and the 10 lakh crore capital expenditure was planned by the government of India. This time it has been enhanced by another 10%. And there is a more emphasis on the basic need of the human being, like housing. So it is not only the housing, it is the infrastructure. Since the aspirations and the expectation of the citizens are raised multifold, so whenever we are talking about the housing, it is the urban infrastructure which is required, or even the rural infrastructure, which is the taste of the town. So everywhere there is an investment, and we all are talking about the investment, capital investment, developments. So housing industry is the prime mover for all these things, and NAREDCO plays a very vital role through your all network and respective members. Of late, after RERA, I think a lot of things has changed, and there is a lot of confidence in the market. There has been a COVID effect, which has impacted all the industries. So this industry was also impacted, but now things had fallen in line. And regarding HUTCO, HUTCO is a agency or central public sector undertaking of Government of India. Basically, we are into the housing. We were into the retail housing also. We are lender for the urban infrastructure. We are also into the consultancy, and Government of India uses us as a consultant in PMAY. We want to work with the stakeholders of the housing industry, which are the pillars of the industry for housing. All the members of the NAREDCO. I invite them to HUTCO to discuss the issues. Regarding consultancy, we have a training center also, because capacity building is always a part of the development. So we'll be very happy to meet the stakeholders and take the things forward from the HUTCO. And last, HUTCO is not funding presently to the private sector, but it's not a closed chapter. We are sure that we will be starting in a year's of time. We are into the process of capacity building within the organizations. And I think we will be starting with good players, and because past is not so bright, so we are taking all the precautions. But because of the RERA and the strength in the economy, things are changing. So this is an opportunity. I will always take the business as an opportunity. So a lot of things we can do together. And thanks for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sri Sanjay. And I would like to request the following people to kindly come up on stage to felicitate Sri Sanjay's presence. Mr. Anil Suri, Honorable Secretary, NAREDCO, and Shivani, VP, NAREDCO Next Gen. Can we have a big round of applause for our speaker and the felicitators, please?
Very good afternoon, friends. And we are in 16th National Convention of NAREDCO, and we have seen many sessions since yesterday, which is of interest of all of us. And we have seen various experts and experienced professionals as well as the industry and the government representatives. And many things which has transformed, and we are looking forward to have much more sessions on like this. And in the last 6 years, the RERA has made a remarkable change the way that this industry performs, the industry looks at, and the investor looks at this, and the public expectations on this. And as you know, that RERA Act itself has two parts to it. One is the regulation aspect of it, another is the development of the industry aspect of it. And most of our experience, our members' experience across the state is the authorities are more of a regulatory mode because of the past projects or the legacy project which has some problems, or some of the projects which are stuck. And as we know that Section 32 of the RERA Act has the inbuilt provision and also powers vested with the RERA authorities to recommend to the government for the development aspect of the real estate industry. And many of the RERA authorities are invoking and also taking that as a power and recommending to the government to make the development aspect of the industry, few which are including the single window clearance system. That is one of the biggest challenge which we are facing across India. And also our Himachal Pradesh, Srikant Baldia sir did mention that they recommended few aspects to the government and they got it approved from the government, which really ease out the industry problems also. In this background, NAREDCO is requesting the All India Forum for RERA Authorities. There is a forum for RERA authorities. All RERA authorities of India has separate forum where they meet regularly. They discuss the industry or the authority problems and also what could be the best solution to it. That is what they discuss on quarterly basis or at a regular frequency. For that, Mr. Srikant Baldia sir is the chairman and the president for this year. And Haribabu sir has intent to have a small MOU with the NAREDCO, President NAREDCO, and has intent to have a MOU with the MOU through the All India Forum for RERA, wherein we can work together, we give a representation and implement the best practices, uniform practices and the standardization of the various aspects and the development activities of this industry. In that background, we have a request to Srikant Baldi sir to accept our invitation for you to extend in order to have a MOU with you, sir. Please come on the stage, and I request Haribabu sir to come on the stage to hand over a request letter to have an official MOU.
Good afternoon to everyone. I again want to thank Hari Babuji and Vinay ji for taking this initiative. I think this is very, very good initiative, mutually beneficial for NAREDCO as well as for RERAs, because we have this All India Forum of Real Estate Regulatory Authorities, which meet on quarterly basis. And we also have an annual convention where we have the larger group, that is all the chairpersons and members meet. So if we get the input from NAREDCO of the industry side and other side, that would really help us to decide what is to be done by the RERAs, or even to take up the matters with the state government. And also we can give our input, what is we expect from the industry. So mutually benefit. I really look forward for this partnership, and thank you very much for taking this initiative.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We now move on to our final panel discussion for this convention, which is going to be on the NAREDCO Vision 2047, which is our slogan, which is what we stand for. I would like to call the following people for this suitable panel discussion, starting with Shri Sunil C. Reddy, President, NAREDCO, Telangana. Can we have a big round of applause to welcome all our speakers, followed by Shri Suresh Patel, Honorary Secretary, NAREDCO and President of NAREDCO, Gujarat. Please also welcome Shri Manoj Joshi, President, Uttarakhand, NAREDCO. Can we keep the applause going, please? And Shri Ravi Reddy, President, NAREDCO Next Gen. Shri Gaurav Jain, VP NAREDCO, who's also the moderator for this panel discussion. And last but not the least, Mr. Harsh Bansal, President, Delhi NAREDCO. Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator?
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I think after lunch, it gets very difficult to gain attention, but we are so happy to hear our CMD Hatko that, we'll be soon getting funding from you. So every time we get money, sir, our smile comes back on the faces, So thank you for that. And obviously, our RERA Forum chairman has said that, we will be a party to the RERA disputes and we will get our inputs to you. So thank you once again, sir. It's been so kind of you. It's a very interesting day today because we are now culminating the 2 days of our 16th annual convention, as well as, NAREDCO has now seen 25 years. And we are now looking at next 25 years for ourselves. And what we have, literally speaking, is what we had taken a baby steps till now, we'll be now taking leaps and bound jumps in times to come. And obviously tying up with 3 things which our Honorable Prime Minister laid out. A, India will become a 30 trillion economy by 2047. B, India will become a developed country by 2047. And C, we will be definitely compliant with the COP 24, 26, 28, whatever they call it, because environment sustainability for us is a very important thing. We had a great session yesterday on this also. And the way we are reading this panel today is because if I circulate the same subject to my August gathering, they're all, I would say, very, very intelligent and knowledgeable people here. So we have divided our subjects into 5 subjects, and maybe I can start with Harshji. He's our very important lead. Delhi till now has been, I would say, off the radar of the real estate business because of the policies of the government, which we are still waiting. We are waiting for the ministry to regularize the land pooling policy. We are waiting for the ministry to regularize the GDA policy. Delhi has the maximum potential, 40,000 acres of land. So Harshji, setting the context for Delhi per se, I'll request you to give us 3 guidances, please. A, the effect of Delhi Master Plan up to 2047, because we talked about economy, jobs. B, RERA is a very important thing for us. You were part of the RERA panel yesterday. How do you see we getting more regulated as developers and adding to the contribution to the 30 trillion economy being in place? And finally, what is your personal vision for the 2047? You are the latest entrant to the NAREDCO family, so thank you for being with us. So 3 questions आपके लिए हैं जी यहाँ पे ज़रा.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Gaurav ji. It's my honor to be part of NAREDCO family. I joined NAREDCO around 1 year back only, but sometimes I feel that why I missed so much of years of my real estate business not joining NAREDCO. So I'm really very happy. So first question about Delhi. We are very proud to be, you can say, part of Delhi business. Delhi is, we all know, is the capital city, and you can say the maximum number of population, the maximum population is also in Delhi. 3 crore plus is already there. And Delhi is growing like anything. The NCR, the Noida, Gurgaon is now part of Delhi. Delhi have many challenges and many advantages also. The biggest challenge in Delhi is that there is no single authority here. We have Delhi Development Authority. We had a presentation from Manju ma'am yesterday on Delhi Development Authority. Then we have many authority, MCD, then NDMC, cantonment, and many authority. And the political system is such that there is no coordination between the various authority. And there is a very political interference also in different type of authority here. So yesterday we were listening to some session that in India, the Surat is the, you can say, best growing city. Bangalore is the best growing city. Pune is one of the best growing city. I was very ashamed that we, being the capital city of Delhi, we living in the capital, and we are nowhere. We are not even in maybe top 10 or something like that, though we have the most potential in Delhi. But unfortunately, due to various issues, Delhi is known as more or less now as an unauthorized city, which is not a good sign for any developer, and it's very tough to work here. But let us think positive. We are very hopeful that soon the new master plan will come, the most of the policy will come here. And though the prices are very good here, residential, commercial, mall, anything you can work and you can develop here is, you can say, the prices are almost second to the, after the Bombay in the country. Coming back to RERA, I think RERA is the latest and the most boon for any real estate industry. Before RERA, the industry was, you can say, going in a different direction. People were buying builder floor or lower floors and you can say low-rise buildings. And after the RERA established, things are coming back. Confidence is coming back of the buyer that one fine day we will get apartment. And now if you see from the last 3-4 years, you can say the multi-story apartment, the group housing, which is the main backbone of any real estate industry, is coming back. And people are now selling, the developers are selling their projects before the, can say, excavation started. And that's the right way, because when you are able to sell the products at the right way, your financial circulation is very good and you can cash flow your own project. We were listening to Baldi sir presentation today in the morning. I think that is the best presentation I have ever heard about RERA, you can say, implementation. We all should thank to Baldi sir and should also request our respective RERA chairman to follow the Himachal Pradesh guidelines. There were 2-3 big intakes I took from Baldi sir presentation. Number one, there is no physical document they are undertaking. If we, you can say, are able to submit our registration of RERA online only, no documents required, that's the best way. And all the QPRs are submitted on the website only, there is no physical documents required. And all the notings you can see from the website also. These are the basic working, but the best additional part was that they are also helping developer in solving their problem. It is true that RERA is not against the RERA is not against the developer. It is just to regulate the industry in a better way. It's for the buyer, it's for the real estate agent, it's for the developer. But as sir mentioned today in the morning that they are also now discussing with the authority. And some of the key point that the sanction plan will not valid for 5 years, it will be valid for perpetuity. I think no one in our industry thought over about this. If this happens, there is a very easy to, you can say, take your project to the next level. There is no need of any extension or something like that. And also they are helping in getting the sanction from other authorities. I think we should take these positive notes from the RERA and we can take our industry to the next level. Only thing, the caution I mentioned yesterday also, we should not commit our, you can say, customer the things which we cannot fulfill. Sometimes we overcommit. It is not required. Yesterday I was discussing that we are selling Hyundai car, Hyundai Creta, The price is also Hyundai Creta. But sometimes, unfortunately, we mention the salient feature of Mercedes. It is not required because we are not charging the price of Mercedes. We are charging the Hyundai price only. But in a unnecessarily, you can say, race or unnecessarily show business, we are overcommitting what we cannot fulfill. One of my friend, a fellow developer, committed in his project in this reason only that I will give you glass swimming pool in every balcony, in every apartment. It's not possible. How can you give glass swimming pool in every balcony of every apartment? So there is no need of, you can say, glass swimming pool in every balcony. It's not practical also. How can you face the glass balcony on your head? And it's not practical. So
fine, sir.
My
Fine,
take
sir.
is that please do not commit what you cannot fulfill.
I think that's a good point.
And we can sell our products.
That's a great point, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So maybe I'll request now our vibrant Gujarat's, very vibrant president, Shri Suresh Patel. And Sureshji, we are very keen to know the real Guru Mantra of the progress what your state has made in the past and is going to make in the future. The Guru Mantra is important to be known, and we would like to know from you a very specific point, because if you remember yesterday also, we had DDA people here, and in Delhi, as Harshji rightly said, we are struggling with a very large tract of land. So urban planning, as our president also mentioned yesterday, starting from the national level to the state level to the city level, maybe we would like to know from you, A, the mantra of the progress, which you can let us know, the entire hall is wanting to know, and B, the urban planning part of it, which Gujarat has set some good models. Your inputs on that, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. 2047 जो आज़ादी के 100 साल पूरे करने जा रहे हैं भारत, 2047 में हम अमृतकाल से सुवर्णकाल में जाएंगे। और जब अमृतकाल से हम सुवर्णकाल में जाते हैं, तब उसके साथ साथ कोई भी शहर को बिल्ड करना हो, कोई भी राज्य को बिल्ड करना हो, और कोई भी देश को बिल्ड करना हो, वो देश के डेवलपर की अहम भूमिका होती है। और वो अहम भूमिका को मद्देनजर रखते हुए इस बार हमने 2047 का जो सपना देखा है, और हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई ने जो सपना हम सबको दिखाया है, और उसके अमृतकाल में हम प्रवेश कर चुके हैं, तब डेवलपर की ज़्यादा जिम्मेदारी बनती है। अगर जिस तरह से आपने बोला, उसके 2 क्वेश्चन में से फर्स्ट पार्ट की मैं बात करूं, तो गुजरात का जो मॉडल है डेवलपमेंट का, विकास का मॉडल है, वो विकास के मॉडल में अभी 2 दिन हम साथ में रहे, तो ज़्यादातर लोगों के प्रश्न थे गिफ्ट सिटी के बारे में, धोलेरा के बारे में, रिवर फ्रंट के बारे में, डायमंड बुर्ज के बारे में, बुलेट ट्रेन के बारे में, स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी के बारे में, क्या क्या चीज़ें हैं। मगर मैं आपको बताऊं, ये सारी चीज़ें जब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री हमारे सीएम थे, उस वक्त की ये नींव रखी गई है। तो चाहे आप गिफ्ट सिटी की बात करते हो, दैट इज़ अ फाइनेंशियल टेक सिटी, स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी विच इज़ द वर्ल्ड टॉलेस्ट स्टैच्यू। अगर हम फ्रेट कॉरिडोर की बात करें, तो पूरे इंडिया का जो फ्रेट कॉरिडोर है, उसमें से 37% इज पासिंग फ्रॉम गुजरात। उसके साथ साथ हम देखें तो धोलेरा, जिसमें विश्व का सबसे बड़ा एयरपोर्ट, कार्गो एयरपोर्ट बनने जा रहा है। यानी आप रोड के थ्रू फ्रेट कॉरिडोर की बात करें, या तो फिर आप कार्गो एयरपोर्ट की बात करें, या मुंद्रा और कंडला जैसे देश के सबसे ज़्यादा बिजी पोर्ट की बात करें, गुजरात इज बिकमिंग दी लॉजिस्टिक हब ऑफ इंडिया। उसके साथ साथ हम देखें डायमंड बुर्ज, तो देश में से जितना भी निकास होता है वर्ल्ड का 80% डायमंड पॉलिश गुजरात में होता है। उसी तरह अगर रिवर फ्रंट की बात करें, तो जैसा रिवर फ्रंट अहमदाबाद में है, उस तरह का रिवर फ्रंट पूरे देश में कहीं नहीं है। तो ये सारी चीज़ें हैं। स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी, उसी तरह बुलेट ट्रेन की बात करें, तो बुलेट ट्रेन से अहमदाबाद और बॉम्बे का जो डिस्टेंस है वो बहुत कम हो जाने वाला है। एंड अहमदाबाद विल बिकम द बैक ऑफिस, फाइनेंशियल बैक ऑफिस ऑफ मुंबई, और देश का इकोनॉमिकल कैपिटल है, उसका सपोर्टिव सिटी बन जाएगा। उसी तरह एक नया जगह है जो जिसके क्वेश्चन किसी ने 2 दिन में नहीं पूछे होंगे, दैट इज धरोई एरिया। वो डैम एरिया पे विश्व का सबसे बड़ा टेलीस्कोप लगने जा रहा है। दैट विल बिकम द वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट टूरिज्म स्पॉट्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। उसी तरह हम देखें तो जो कोस्टल हाईवे है गुजरात का, दैट इज 1600 किलोमीटर्स ऑल द वे, तो उसमें भी नए नए टूरिज्म स्पॉट्स आने जा रहे हैं। तो वो सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए गुजरात इज बिकमिंग द हब ऑफ मैनी आइटम्स। चाहे डायमंड की बात करें, चाहे फार्मास्यूटिकल हब की बात करें, चाहे आप केमिकल की बात करें, चाहे आप लॉजिस्टिक की बात करें, मेडिकल टूरिज्म की बात करें, बहुत सारे ऐसे सेक्टर्स हैं जिसमें गुजरात की ये नींव आज से 10 साल पहले उस वक्त के मुख्यमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई ने रखी थी और जो सपने अब साकार होने जा रहे हैं। तो ये सब चीज़ों के साथ साथ जो डेवलपमेंट होगा उसको सही मायने में अगर आपको डेवलपर के तौर पे इंप्लीमेंट करना है तो आपका जो दूसरा क्वेश्चन है दैट इज अबाउट द टाउन प्लानिंग, इट मेक्स रियल सेंस। गुजरात का जो टाउन प्लानिंग मॉडल है उसमें जितनी भी जगह होती है फार्मर्स की, वो पब्लिक की, वो जगह को अथॉरिटी के साथ मिलके पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप मॉडल रखा जाता है जिसको टाउन प्लानिंग स्कीम करते हैं। उसमें 40% जगह है वो टाउन प्लानिंग अथॉरिटी रखती है और वो 40% जगह में से वो लोग अराउंड 20 to 22% के रोड नेटवर्क बनाते हैं। बाकी जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होता है उसमें दूसरी चीज़ें भी उसमें रखी जाती है, यानी रोड, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लॉट्स, गार्डन डेवलपमेंट, रिजर्वेशन फॉर द पार्किंग्स और बहुत सारी चीज़ें रख के गवर्नमेंट वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर करती है और उसमें से अराउंड 10% प्लॉट हैं वो उनको सेल के लिए प्राप्त होते हैं, जो सेल करके गवर्नमेंट अथॉरिटीज़, ज़्यादातर अर्बन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटीज़ हैं, वो टाउन प्लानिंग स्कीम का भी डेवलपमेंट करती हैं और उसके साथ साथ शहर के जो बड़े प्रोजेक्ट होते हैं जैसे मेट्रो, रिवर फ्रंट या कोई डोमेस्टिक एयरपोर्ट के साथ उसके कनेक्शन, वो सारी चीज़ों को वो प्लॉट के ऑक्शन में से, सेल में से जो मूड़ी प्राप्त होती है उससे वो डेवलपमेंट करते हैं। दैट इज़ द मॉडल ऑफ अर्बन टाउन प्लानिंग स्कीम। और ये अर्बन टाउन प्लानिंग स्कीम है पूरे देश में सबसे ज़्यादा सक्सेस मॉडल इसलिए है कि जितने भी रिंग रोड बनते हैं, इतना बड़ा रिंग रोड जो सरदार पटेल रिंग रोड है विच इज़ 76 किलोमीटर लॉन्ग रिंग रोड, वो रिंग रोड के लिए गवर्नमेंट ने किसी भी फार्मर या किसी भी लैंड ओनर से जगह ली नहीं है, यानी उसका एक्विजिशन नहीं हुआ है, वो सारा का सारा डन अंडर दी टाउन प्लानिंग एक्ट, यानी बहुत सारी चीज़ों को इसमें कवर किया गया है। तो 2047 का जो प्लान आ रहा है उससे पहले गुजरात में 2036 का एक और प्लान आ रहा है, क्योंकि हमारा जो डेवलपमेंट प्लान है दैट इज कंप्लीटिंग इन 2021 विच वाज डन एज इन 2011 व्हेन नरेंद्र भाई मोदी वाज चीफ मिनिस्टर। अब वो नया डेवलपमेंट प्लान 2041 का हो रहा है, 2041, और उसको एक्सटेंड करके 25 साल का करके 2047 का डेवलपमेंट प्लान कर रहे हैं जिसका रिव्यू हर 5 साल में होता रहेगा। मगर उसमें 2036 में जो ओलंपिक के लिए भारत सरकार तैयारियां कर रही है उसकी तैयारी हमने 2 साल से अहमदाबाद, सूरत और बड़े शहरों में शुरू कर दी है, यानी जितने भी स्टेडियम्स के लिए प्लॉट है, जितना भी विलेजेस है ओलंपिक के, यानी दैट इज आल्सो पार्ट ऑफ अ टाउन प्लानिंग स्कीम।
Wonderful. I think our next GC should be in now Ahmedabad. We look forward to seeing all these beautiful developments. Fair enough. Maybe I was only
वही चीज मैं बता रहा हूं सर कि अभी ये तो जो मैंने बताया ये तो ट्रेलर है, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है।
चलो ठीक है, थैंक यू।
तो ऐसा डेवलपर विल लव कि इसमें से आपको एक चम्मच पानी लेना है, एक लोटी लेना है, बाल्टी लेना है, कि आपको हैदराबाद डेवलपमेंट प्लान का टैंकर लेके जाना है, वो सर आपको डिसाइड करना है। विल लव आप सब डेवलपर गुजरात में आए और गुजरात को डेवलपर करें, पूरा का पूरा प्लेटफॉर्म नारेडको गुजरात विल प्रोवाइड।
Thank you, Suresh bhai. So I'll come now to our dear friend Sunil Reddy, who, as you rightly said, Hyderabad today is the tanker of housing. I think the kind of a development which is going on, we were there 2 months back, and I'm amazed at the way the city has become. You see construction, mind-blowing. I think the scale, the volume, and I commend everybody who is here from various parts of Andhra and Telangana. It's a fantastic development. So Sunil bhai, we need to learn from you. See, housing has always been a very strong subject, pain point, gain point, depends on how you call it, for every visionary, let's say, state bodies and the current state government of various types, as well as the central government. So what can we learn from, let's say, Hyderabad model or Telangana model or Andhra model, as we like to call it, for housing to be made affordable? Because with the rising prices of land, rising construction costs, everybody is saying, do something but make it affordable. My mind, which I keep churning back, is the question is how? So is it volume? Is it some incentive on the FAR? I don't know what it is, because you are the only blessed state of people who has unlimited FAR, you know. Government tells you, consume as much as you can. So I hope that many of us would be as blessed, but I don't know. So I leave the floor to you, and we would like to have some learning from you from that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. First, let me touch upon Vision 2047. Of course, everybody's heard this number of $30 billion by 2047. $30 trillion. I was reading a very interesting fact about a PricewaterhouseCoopers report, which said India will overtake the GDP of United States of America by 2060. I think this is something we really need to look forward to. 2047 is one milestone, but I think 2060 is going to be as big or bigger if we are going to overtake the GDP of USA. Of course, during lunch, I was sitting with a group of friends who were talking about brain drain to US and all. I was reading about this another report by Niti Aayog, which said that by 2047, Indian government plans to have 500,000 students, foreign students studying in India. Reverse brain drain or reverse whatever you call it. So today you talk about where is your son studying, is he in US, UK, Australia, wherever. But the government is planning to have 500,000 students studying in India by 2047. And of course, I'll just touch upon the global wealth before we come to affordable housing.
Housing to be made affordable, not affordable housing.
No, I will, yeah. See, one is the global wealth. According to a McKinsey report, almost 69% of the global wealth is in real estate. The balance 30% is in all other asset classes like your gold, gold, silver, stock markets, paintings, everything else make up only 31%, whereas 69% is in assets and real estate assets. 43% is in residential real estate and 23% is in commercial real estate. And since 2000, this has gone up by more than 3,000, by 3 times. You know, $1540 trillion of assets. Out of $1540 trillion of assets, 69% is in real estate. And in 2000, this was only $440 trillion. So the global real estate asset worth has gone up by more than 3 times. Now, of course, coming back to how to make affordable housing. The entire globe, not only just India, everybody is facing this issue of affordable housing. India, with its mammoth population, is still finding ways and means to provide affordable housing to its citizens. But most countries in the world, including the most developed countries in the world, you'll be surprised to find that Canada is looking at shipping containers to be used as for affordable housing.
Whoa.
There was a survey report in the US in 2021 which says 49% of the population is worried about buying their next home. So most parts of the world, it is fairly unaffordable. And India also, with so much of urbanization happening, obviously prices of homes are going up. Now, how do we make it affordable? Unfortunately, Gauravbhai, with unlimited FSI, our land values have touched the sky. You know, to the contrary, where we thought land values might become more affordable, but land values have touched the roof, and now, as you would have read, acre was sold for 100 crores.
As I said, we have CMD HUDCO sitting here, so you also would like to know that how can we make affordable housing, in line with the, so I think the question is for the larger audience,
Yes, so how do we make affordable housing? Obviously, government is doing a great job with, Awas and all these programs. Obviously, the government has a huge role to play in making this affordable housing. We've all heard about how they should incentivize affordable housing, they should give more tax concessions, how they should create more infrastructure to make more land available, like more roads, more security, more schools, more hospitals, all that said. But personally, my take on this is government should not be selling land, period. When the government starts getting into auctioning of lands, then it becomes almost impossible to provide affordable housing. The government has to ensure that they provide land for affordable housing. Otherwise, this topic of affordable housing will only be a romantic one rather than an achievable one. Unless the government allocates land for affordable housing, for hospitals, for schools, where is the next generation going to have all these amenities coming from? Where is a government school being built nowadays? At least in Hyderabad, I don't find too many government schools being built, too many government hospitals being built. Affordable housing, roti, kapda and makan, housing is the most important factor for anybody. So I think the government should now, governments across the country should now say, no, in most cases they're selling land to fund some other welfare scheme. And, kindly government should hopefully and will realize that the biggest welfare they can provide to their citizens is affordable house.
Wonderful.
So let's hope the government doesn't get into auctioning.
I think they were good statistics, Sunil Bhai. You touched upon the points well. So I'll now take us to we call it the Devbhoomi of India, Uttarakhand. Our president from, Uttarakhand was Mr. Manoj Joshi. And he's been given a very interesting topic. We have had, as you've seen, some major, climatic disorders in the hills in the current, rainy season which went past by. So Manoj ji has been requested to let us know his thoughts about A, the climate, B, environment, and C, the regulatory framework. So that, at the end of the day, now we have this new Delhi-Dehradun highway being built. What used to take to reach Dehradun around 5 hours will take now maybe 2.5 hours. So instead of people going there less, people going there more. And so there'll be more of a Joshimath sinking and there'll be more of so many things happening. So I leave the floor to Mr. Manoj Joshi, who can align his vision to the vision of, the current environmental discussion which are going on and how, he can help us to look at 2047 from a NAREDCO's perspective.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीबॉडी। हम सब के लिए बड़े प्राउड का विषय है कि हम आज विजन 2047 के बारे में बात करने के लिए, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर की विजन है उसके में बात करने के लिए सब लोग बैठे हैं। पिछले 3 दिन से हमारा ये कार्यक्रम चल रहा है और ये बहुत बड़ा विषय है एंड हम सब इसके लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी को धन्यवाद देते हैं कि उनका इतना बड़ा विजन है, हम सब इसके सहभागी हैं। चूँकि राम मंदिर बना हुआ है तो हम एक दफ़ा ये कहना चाहते हैं कि जय श्री राम। ये अब बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि हमारे देश के लिए हुई है एंड हमारे समाज के लिए हुई है। एक बहुत छोटी सी बात मैं आप सबके सामने रखना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे ट्रेड में मूल रूप से कहा जाता है कि साहब ट्रांसपेरेंसी, कमिटमेंट, गौरव जी 2 मिनट बोल लूँ, कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं? हाँ, नहीं मैं थोड़ा ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड कमिटमेंट। हम
सब लोग ये जानते हैं कि हमारे देश में रियल एस्टेट की उम्र अभी लगभग 50 साल है, मुझे लगता नहीं इससे ज़्यादा है। एंड इन 50 सालों में लगभग 20-25, क्योंकि 47 से पहले तो कुछ था भी नहीं, 20-25 सालों से नरेडको भी है, 25 सालों से नरेडको है। एंड विद इन 10-15 ईयर से रियल एस्टेट में कई तरह की चीज़ें क्राइसिस आनी स्टार्ट हो चुकी थी। तो प्रॉपरली रियल एस्टेट को एक सही स्टेज पे लाने का काम ठीक ढंग से हो नहीं पाया, जहाँ तक मेरी समझ है। क्योंकि जितनी भी सारी चीज़ें हम आज बात कर रहे हैं, मूल रूप से अगर एक गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट प्रॉपरली होता है एंड रेगुलेटेड, जो जितनी रेगुलेटरीज हैं इस कंट्री में उनका फ्रेमवर्क प्रॉपर होता है, तो अप्रूवल्स के साथ साथ हमारे यहाँ पे सारे जितने फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं वो आपको मदद करते हैं। फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन अगर आपको मदद करते हैं तो आपका टाइम से प्रोजेक्ट पूरा होता है। टाइम से प्रोजेक्ट पूरा होता है तो हमारे कमिटमेंट पूरे होते हैं। इट मीन्स हमारी साख रेपुटेशन डिपेंड करती है कहीं न कहीं गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसीज पे, रेगुलेशंस पे, उनके फ्रेमवर्क पे। वो अगर वहाँ से अगर एक गलत परिपाटी स्टार्ट हो जाती है तो वो अल्टीमेटली आती है डेवलपर के ऊपर, और एक रेपुटेशन ख़राब हो जाती है, साख खराब हो जाती है, अल्टीमेटली कहीं न कहीं फिर वो इकोनॉमी पे जाती है। तो हमारा एक विषय था उत्तराखंड हिल्स पे। उत्तराखंड हिल्स पे हमने जब काम करना स्टार्ट किया कि अब बेसिकली मैं एक इंजीनियर हूँ, तो वहाँ पे जॉब्स होती नहीं है, बट हमने प्रयास किया कि रियल एस्टेट हम जानते नहीं थे 90s पे। तो रियल एस्टेट के बारे में जब हम शुरुआत करने लगे तो सब लोगों ने हमको डिमोरलाइज किया। तो हमने काम किया, तो हमने पहली टाउनशिप उत्तराखंड हिल्स पे बनाई। हमने अध्ययन किया था कि साहब देखिए हम उत्तराखंड को कैसे खूबसूरत बना सकते हैं। अभाव था, संसाधन नहीं थे, ज्ञान नहीं था, नोहाव नहीं था, फाइनेंशियल एसेसन कुछ भी नहीं था। तो हमने अध्ययन किया स्विट्जरलैंड के बारे में, तो ये पाया कि 1930 में स्विट्जरलैंड में 80% विलेजेस, पूरा देश 80% गांव में निवास करता है, और 2000 में यानी कि आफ्टर 70 ईयर स्विट्जरलैंड में 80% कंट्री शहरीकरण हो गया, मीन्स ओनली 70। अब इन 70 सालों में वो कैसे पूरे वर्ल्ड में इतना प्रसिद्ध हो गया, जहाँ जिसका आज नाम है, उसके पीछे यही 3-4 कारण थे कि टोटली सरकार की इच्छा शक्ति, रेगुलेशंस का फ्रेमवर्क प्रॉपर, असिस्टेंस ऑफ फाइनेंस, ऑनेस्टी। उसके बाद ऑनेस्टी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, कमिटमेंट सब ऑटोमेटिकली आ जाता है। एक तो सब्जेक्ट ये है। नंबर 2, हम ये चाहते हैं कि जैसे आपने पर्यावरण की बात करी, तो हमारे स्टेट में तो देखिए 80% एरियाज़ में डेवलपमेंट हो ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि लगभग 65 to 70% तो वहाँ फॉरेस्ट है, रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट है। तो वो तो पर्यावरण ऑटोमेटिकली कुदरत ने दिया हुआ है, उसमें कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता। 25 to 30% एरियाज़ हैं जो इतने रिमोट हैं कि वहाँ कोई जा भी नहीं सकता। मुश्किल से 10 to 15% एरियाज़ हैं जिस पे आप डेवलपमेंट कर सकते हैं, तो वहाँ का पर्यावरण नेचुरली सेफ है, सुरक्षित है। दिक्कत है कि नो हाउ, फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस एंड गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट। तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि हमको अगर वाकई 2047 पहुँचने के लिए अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब के टारगेट को पूरा करना है, हम सरकारों से भी चाहते हैं कि उनको, हमारे डेवलपर्स को, जो भी इस फील्ड में आते हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को इच्छा शक्ति के साथ सपोर्ट करने की ज़रूरत है। नंबर 2 एंड नंबर 3 क्या है कि साहब देखिए हम लोग अभी सैचुरेशन की स्थिति से हमारा रियल एस्टेट निकल रहा है, जो सब लोग जानते हैं कि इसकी, जैसे मैंने बताया कि एज 50 साल के आसपास है, एंड 15-20 सालों से सब रियल एस्टेट में उंगलियां उठती हैं, तो लोगों का डिमोरलाइज होना बहुत स्वाभाविक बात है। अब जो आगे का टाइम है, हमें यह लगता है कि हम सबको उत्साह, ईमानदारी के साथ आगे बढ़ें, एंड हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि आने वाले टाइम में गवर्नमेंट हमको सपोर्ट करेगी, सरकार हमें सपोर्ट करेगी, एक्सपर्ट्स अलग अलग एडवाइस दे रहे हैं, अब हम उम्मीद के साथ आगे बढ़ते हैं।
I think that's wonderful, Manoj bhai. It's wonderful. And just to give a little statistics here, you know, there was a time after the Harshad Mehta scam, census which was at 2000, today is touching now 80,000, 70,000. And the only thing which came up thereafter is SEBI got formed, which is a regulator. Similarly, there was a time when, cell phone started. I remember, the incoming call was at 8 rupees 40 paisa, outgoing was 16 rupees 80 paisa. And after that, TRAI got formed, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. And today, I think it's for free virtually, so to speak. I don't even know my bill, whatever I may do at the end of the month is not more than 800 rupees, So that's neither here nor there. So what has these two things got to do is a regulator got formed, and these two sectors have seen a tremendous, upside. Similarly, RERA for us is that regulator, and today I would say there is no builder in this country who's operating who's not RERA compliant, though that's a different story that, in our setup, which we have talked to many of the RERA chiefs, even a DLF and a Hirandani have the same standards to follow as a poor guy who's making only 4 floors. So there should be some parity between the Amazons and the mom and pop stores. I think that's what but that's secondary. I'm sure everybody will prosper. Now, we have not saved the best for the last, but definitely, I can say he is one man, and I told him in the room while having coffee, who will definitely see 2047 with the agility and the energy, because he is our next-gen president. He is younger than all of us in the relative sense of it, though his beard is getting white, but whatever reason it might be. So I am asking Ravi a very simple question that, from the time computers started, and I remember doing this, I had my first computer, this 286 computers, we had a language called BASIC. We learned Fortran in our engineering days, that's gone to the dogs, God knows where it is. Technology is the biggest driver. Technology is the biggest pivot today. And technology is something, which is now transforming the way we are living our lives in every sphere, virtually on a daily basis. Ravi is also a technologist. He is also a real estate guy. He is also a next gen. So I think it's an apt point for you to tell us, where will we be? Will we be on rockets going from point A to point B? Or what is technology going to be? How you think vision of real estate with NAREDCO's perspective in 2047?
So first of all, just to continue on the joke that you said, I'll probably be the only guy on the stage functioning in 2047. So I think I will be able to enjoy the fruits of Amritkal 2047 in 2047. While all of you have contributed towards that, I probably will have your pictures and pray to that, Yeah. So, but all jokes apart, what our Prime Minister envisioned for Vision 2047, it's absolutely tremendous, because no leader has been able to give us such a humongous target, because truly that's a humongous target. Like whatever we say, right? Like we have a massive population. What is driving our economy at the end of the day is we have a lot of young people, and that's what's driving our economy. But to be a developed world, I was working in New York, I was in M&A. Because of my job, I had the virtue of traveling all over the world, almost 70 countries. And I've seen multiple, societies. What makes developed world is not just buildings and structures, right? There is a mindset. There is livability, there is mobility, there is, functional element in each and every aspect of life. This is what makes your part of the developed world. And obviously, there are multiple other elements to that. Financing comes, then technology is one element, then resources, skilling, then all of this comes, right? So I think this is a massive, humongous target that the Prime Minister dared to dream for us. And what we need to have is the commitment, the sincerity, and the required, to develop the required skill set to get this going, because we will achieve the numbers. We will achieve the required GDP and all of this. But to be part of the developed world, to take everyone along with us, that's a whole different ballgame. And to do that, to improve the living conditions of all of the citizens, I think that's something technology can really help us. Today we have. See, I'm also sitting on one of the innovation centers to disburse their investments. It's called T-Hub in Hyderabad, which is one of the premium innovation ecosystems. And we come across a lot of technologies. There is ample technologies available. There is very well, credible technologies available which can be used to improve living conditions, to bring, for safety, to bring them on a unified platform. But the intention to deploy, the intention to use, and not just because it increases sales, but it improves the living conditions of the consumers that are going to live there. I think that is the most important element. And if we can get support even from regulators, just as in subsidizing for projects that are actively doing this, or figure out a mechanism, I think that would be great. And I think if this is implemented at scale, and I think then it becomes a natural part in the ecosystem, and then and everybody will start implementing it.
I think, Ravi, thank you. And I'll request each one of you to give me one word, and thereafter I'll do my little bit of closing remarks. One word, 2047, NAREDCO, what it means to you as office bearers and you as a personal person, So one word.
First of all, I will say we are very lucky. We have Prime Minister like Mr. Narendra Modi. इतना स्कोप हमारे पास काम करने के लिए 2047 में जितने भी लोग हम रियल एस्टेट बिजनेस में हैं, जितना भी चाहे हम काम कर सकते हैं, हमारे पास बहुत स्कोप है. We all are lucky that we are in real estate business at this moment, and we have all the hurdles have gone. Vaccines हम ले चुके हैं, like GST हम हैंडल कर चुके हैं, कोविड हम हैंडल कर चुके हैं, डिमोनेटाइजेशन हम हैंडल कर चुके हैं, रेरा हम इनिशियल हर्डल से निकल चुके हैं.
So one word, sir. One word, sir. One word now.
अब ये बिल्कुल सही टाइम है. आप सिर्फ अपना बेसिक सही रखें, अच्छे से काम करें और अपना क्वालिटी पे फोकस करें. प्राइम मिनिस्टर के विजन के साथ चले. हमारे जो यंग बच्चे थोड़ा इस लाइन से दूर जाना चाह रहे थे, उनके लिए भी अच्छा मैसेज है कि दे शुड कम बैक विद देयर फादर एंड अंकल्स, बिकॉज आने वाले टाइम में अप्रूवल्स ईजी होंगी, करप्शन कम होगा, काम की कोई कमी नहीं है, जितना चाहे हम कर सकते हैं. हम बड़े लकी हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी के एरा में हैं. एक अनलक्की मैं जरूर कहूँगा कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी शायद 29 के 29 स्टेट के अगर चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे होते एक बार, तो जो भाई हमारे कह रहे थे तो सबको ये चीज कहने का मौका मिलता. अब वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैं, उनके पास टाइम नहीं है स्टेट के लिए. और मैं गौरव जी को बताना चाहूँगा, दिल्ली का मास्टर प्लान भी पिछले 3 महीने से उनके यहाँ रखा हुआ है.
सर मुझे मैं बताओ सर, बस ले आओ उधर, वो अब आप दिल्ली के प्रधान.
उनकी एक ही इच्छा है, मैं उनकी इच्छा बता रहा हूँ, उनकी एक ही इच्छा है कि इसको गुजरात मॉडल पे कन्वर्ट कर दिया जाए. गौरव जी, तो इनका मतलब क्या है, गुजरात मॉडल इतना सक्सेसफुल है, जो भाई ने कहा ये बात सच है. गुजरात मॉडल हमें हर स्टेट में अडॉप्ट करना होगा और वो काम की कोई कमी नहीं है. लास्ट वर्ड मेरा यही है, बी मॉल, बी कमर्शियल ऑफिस, बी रेजिडेंशियल. हम अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करें, काम को फास्ट करें, ट्रस्ट के साथ करें, कमिटमेंट के साथ करें. हमें रेरा की भी जरूरत नहीं है. अगर हम अपनी बात को पूरा करें बेसिक के साथ, तो मैं थोड़ी थोड़ी बातें बताना चाहूँगा. मॉल के अंदर बहुत स्कोप है. यूएसए के अंदर एक आदमी 1 स्क्वायर फीट के लिए एक मॉल चाहिए होता है, एक आदमी को 1 स्क्वायर फीट मॉल चाहिए होता है. दिल्ली की 3 करोड़ आबादी है, हमें 3 करोड़ स्क्वायर फीट मॉल चाहिए, और दिल्ली में अनफॉर्चुनेटली भी 30 लाख भी नहीं है. इतना पोटेंशियल है. हम सब मॉल डेवलप करें और उसके बाद उसको रीट में लेकर जाएं, तो देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम. मॉल बनाओ, रीट पे लेके जाओ. कमर्शियल ऑफिस के अंदर इतना पोटेंशियल है कि जो कंपनियां वर्क फ्रॉम होम कर रही थी वापस ऑफिस ढूंढ रही हैं. जिन कंपनियों ने चाइना में ऑफिस खोले हुए थे वो इंडिया में ऑफिस खोलना चाह रहे हैं. सारे वर्ल्ड की कंपनियों को दिल्ली में फोकस, इंडिया पे फोकस है. कमर्शियल बिजनेस में कोई कमी नहीं है. जितनी आप कमर्शियल बिल्डिंग बनाएं, ट्राई करें वो A ग्रेड हो, बेसिक क्वालिटी अच्छी हो, तो कोई कमी नहीं काम की. तीसरा, रेजिडेंशियल के अंदर तो स्कोप अनलिमिटेड है, स्काई इज द लिमिट. रेजिडेंशियल का मैं इतना कहूँगा, अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी से बनाएं, ऑफ साइट ऑन साइट कॉम्बिनेशन बनाएं. थोड़ा काम ऑफ साइट पर करें, थोड़ा ऑन साइट करें, अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी से करें, तो कोई कमी नहीं है. हम सब लकी हैं, हम सब प्राउड हैं NAREDCO के मेंबर होकर. हम सब रियल एस्टेट इंडस्ट्री में
should be a clap for this, he's laid a very very nice rhetoric for us, so thank you बंसल साहब.
मैं सर से एक छोटी सी रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
कि जैसे हम वी शुड फील प्राउड कि हम NAREDCO के मेंबर हैं. NAREDCO के सब मेंबर्स को एक टाइम रख के एक ऑथ लेनी चाहिए कि जो भी NAREDCO का मेंबर है वो कभी गलत कमिटमेंट नहीं करेगा, कभी अपने कस्टमर के साथ चीटिंग नहीं करेगा, प्राइम मिनिस्टर के विजन के साथ चलेगा और जेन्युइन तरीके से ट्रांसपेरेंट वे से काम करेगा, ताकि वी शुड जहाँ भी हम NAREDCO का कार्ड दें, लोग हमें रिस्पेक्ट की नज़र से देखें, रियल एस्टेट को रिस्पेक्ट की नज़र से देखें. एंड हमारी सब एडवर्टीजमेंट में वी शुड से वी आर प्राउड मेंबर ऑफ NAREDCO. तो NAREDCO जो है बड़ा रोल फ्यूचर में प्ले करने वाली है और हम सब रियली वेरी लकी है. मैं अपने बेटे को भी बोला था, कल वो आज आया नहीं है, कि हमें तुम्हें कोई IT वाईटी या स्टार्टअप की जरूरत नहीं है. रियल एस्टेट से ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट किसी बिजनेस में नहीं है.
मैं आपसे एग्री करता हूँ. अब थोड़ा पटेल साहब की जो उन्होंने गाइडेंस मांगी थी बंसल जी ने, वो थोड़ा गाइडेंस दे दीजिए इनको ज़रा.
हेलो, उसी बात को आगे बढ़ाते मैं शॉर्ट में ही लास्ट बात, जहाँ डाल डाल पर सोने की चिड़िया करती है बसेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा. ये बात सही में आ रही है. और वी आर इन अ सच्चा नोबल प्रोफेशन, वी आर इन अ सच्चा नोबल प्रोफेशन कि हम जनरेशन के लिए मकान बनाते हैं. और ये बिजनेस सच में हमें अपनी जनरेशन को देने लायक बिजनेस है. तो हर घर में दिया जलाने का मुमदा काम करने के लिए हम रियल एस्टेट में.
वेरी नाइस सर, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू.
I think it's truly gratifying that NAREDCO has already aligned itself with the vision of the Prime Minister. NAREDCO has in all earnest started skilling of labor, I think, which is one of the most important reasons why we are going to be a $30 trillion. We are also, NAREDCO is also looking at sustainability. Since yesterday we had a lot of sessions on sustainability. And the third one is going to be technology. I think NAREDCO and its members are truly aligned. We are looking at skilling, sustainability and technology.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Manoj bhai, your one word or one sentence or one paragraph, what do you like to call it now?
नरेंद्र मोदी साहब अभी 2 महीना पहले उत्तराखंड आए थे. एक इन्वेस्टर्स मीट थी, पूरे हिंदुस्तान के सारे इन्वेस्टर्स टॉप हाउसेज वहाँ पे आए थे. तो उन्होंने एक बहुत ही शॉर्ट में एक शब्द बोला था कि खुद बोला था उन्होंने कि साहब मैं सारे लोगों को एक बात रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि कृपा करके बड़े बड़े लोग देश के बाहर जाके शादियाँ करते हैं, आप वेडिंग देवभूमि में आके करें. यहाँ का पैसा यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल होगा और इस देवभूमि में अगर आप शादियाँ आपने करवाते हैं तो उससे आपको आशीर्वाद भी मिलेगा. और आप सब लोगों को अगर यहाँ सुविधाएं नहीं हैं तो जितने बड़े यहाँ के डेवलपर्स हैं या बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं वो यहाँ आके डेस्टिनेशन मैरिजेस के लिए रिसोर्ट्स बनाए, हम आपको सारी सुविधाएं देते हैं.
Ravi, one word or one sentence?
I can't say. One word would be Viksit Bharat, definitely.
That's good, that's good.
If it has to be
So I think that leaves me to sum up. I think it's a very fantastic thing. And we have heard various topics being laid out in our vision statement. And my only request is, I'm an engineer first and then everything else. We have to start measuring what matters. When I say measure means, we talk a lot, we are doing a lot, but is it a drop in the ocean? Is it ocean by themselves? So somehow there should be, in our opinion, some metrics which says, it's like a report card. Pappu pass ho gaya, fail ho gaya, ya distinction le aaya, wo hame pata hona chahiye. Everybody is a luxury developer, everybody is the best developer. For me, my child is the best, but I need to see it from another's perspective. So maybe I can request our action, because he'll be there to handle this. Start making a metric for us to measure ourselves. We must take it out every third month that this is what the progress we are making. This is what the numbers we are creating. Somebody asked me, one of the chief town planners of Haryana, 3 days back he called me. He happens to be our, SPA graduate. That I need the data of employment. How much employment be created by the commercial sector in the state of Haryana. There's no data for that matter. So it took a lot of time, some jugaad, but something was given. I think we must proudly say that as on date we are creating X number of jobs. In next 5 years will be Y number of jobs, and therefore our carbon footprint will go down, our productivity will go up, our costing is, I keep telling everybody, real estate developer has not made more than single digit in any listed company as a profit. Everything else we are assemblers. Land cost goes up, middle cost goes up, brokerage goes up, government taxes goes up, and we are only charging our basic survival, which is gross profit of 10 to 12%, bottom line is 6 to 7%. And to be honest, somebody was telling me, maybe my Anil dear friend, he is into real estate as well as talking a lot. Prestige has a price to equity multiple of 131. DLF has a price to equity multiple of 100, maybe other way around, both of them. This shows the dearth of a quality developers in the market because they are the two quality developers, therefore they have got this premium on their working. If Today, one of our friends, very dear friends, Signature Global, his company got listed not more than 6 months back. His stock has gone up literally 3 times from the time he got listed, This shows the potential of the market, this shows the depth of the market. And once you get listed, you have access to a global fund. Your, vision gets more complied with. So maybe we should see at least 10, 15, 20 developers getting listed, getting complied with the laws, and, seeing the business we are in, having a very, very fantastic growth story up to 2047, which incidentally, 2 trillion today, for it to become 30 trillion, will be 15 times. We are 20% of the contributor. We have been told to increase it to 30%. So our responsible share will not be 15 times, it will be literally 22.5 times from where we are today in next 23 years. So these are the numbers, these are the facts, and let's start measuring what matters. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That's all we have the time for today. Thank you so much to our panelists for this very befitting end to this 2-day convention. I would like to honor their presence. I would like to call upon Mr. Yogesh Bhavesar, VP NAREDCO Gujarat, to kindly felicitate Shri Sunil C. Reddy, President NAREDCO Telangana. Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists taking out this lovely and interactive panel discussion, NAREDCO Vision 2047. I would also like to call upon Shri Suresh Patel, Honorable Secretary, NAREDCO and President of NAREDCO Gujarat. I would like to call Mr. Boga Prabhakar, apologies on the same. I would like to call Mr. Boga Prabhakar to felicitate Shri Suresh Patel. Apologies on that. Next, I would like to call Mr. Michael Wing from Infracorp to kindly felicitate Shri Manoj Joshi, President, Uttarakhand NAREDCO. Can I also call upon Mr. Sagar, who is a GC member, to kindly felicitate Shri Ravi Reddy, President-elected NAREDCO Next Gen. Can I also request Shri Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, President, NAREDCO Next Gen, Hyderabad, to kindly come up on stage and felicitate Shri Gaurav Jain. I would also like to call upon Mr. Sohail Ahmed to kindly felicitate Shri Harsh Bansal.
कुछ अनाउंस करना चाहता था। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये शो शायद समाप्त हो रहा है और 2 दिन फैंटास्टिक रहे, हमने बहुत एंजॉय किया, बड़ा मज़ा लिया और लोगों ने जो है काफ़ी नॉलेज शेयरिंग भी की। इस सारे शो का क्रेडिट हमारे प्रेसिडेंट श्री जी हरि बाबू जी को है, तो मैं सारे टीम की तरफ से हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब का थैंक यू करता हूँ। परसों मुझे थोड़ी टेंशन हो गई थी किसी मीटिंग में, बट जिस तरीके से शो गया है ये वाकई शानदार रहा। ये आने वाले शो के लिए एक नींव सेट कर दी है, आने वाले शो हमारे इससे भी अच्छे और बेटर होंगे। और लास्टली जो मुझे नरेडको की तरफ से वो प्लांट वो मिल रहा है, मैं ये प्रीति जी और नीलाभ और उनकी टीम को देना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि जो काम वंडरफुल उन्होंने किया है, कंटिन्यूस इतने सारे लोगों को बांध के रखना, होल्ड रखना, मैसेज देते रहना, कम्युनिकेशन करते रहना। आई थिंक प्रीति एंड नीलाभ एंड मुझे बाकी लोगों को नाम नहीं ध्यान है, आई एम सॉरी, बट आपकी कमाल की टीम है और सारे लोगों को आपने बिल्कुल वेल सेट रखा हुआ है, कोई ऐसे हिल नहीं सकता. So thank you very much, Preeti, Nilab and team, and I, you can say, proudly give my plant and gift to Preeti and team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words, and I absolutely agree with him that Preeti ji and her whole team and Shri Hari Babu ji have made this whole event possible. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them? Thank you so much, Preeti ji. Carrying out the needful and so well. On that note, I would like to call Shri Hari Babu ji on stage, please, for the group photographs. Now that is a wonderful end to this two-day convention, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to call eminent people on stage, please, starting with Shri Hari Babu, the President of NAREDCO, to kindly do the needful. Preeti Singh ji, Additional Director General NAREDCO, and the entire NAREDCO team. Can I request everyone to get on the stage for a lovely group photograph, these memories that need to be cherished. I would request everyone to kindly slow the pace. We will have space for everyone. We are going to do the photographs one by one. We will be concluding with a vote of thanks by Shri Vaikiron. So I would request everyone to kindly stay back for the vote of thanks. Can I request Shri Vaikiron ji to kindly come up on stage to give a quick vote of thanks? Please, sir.
The entire NAREDCO team, please come on stage for a group photograph. The NAREDCO team. The office team NAREDCO, please come on stage. I want to thank my team.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Nilab, Lavin, Priyanshi, Yogesh, Asad, and Purnima, Reena, and my office staff, Rakesh, Vinod Mandal, Sanju, Sanjay, and our new trainee. I hope I've taken all the names. I request President Hari Babu sir kindly join us on stage. Sir is there? Okay. Okay. I request Lion Kiran sir to kindly pay the vote of thanks. Sir.
dear NAREDCO family, especially the peers and associates. First up, I feel proud and privileged to be a part of this momentous occasion and addressing this august gathering. I take this wonderful opportunity to address you all just not as a member of NAREDCO family, but as an activist. Yes, what has unfolded over here over the past few sessions is something that is going to describe the future of not just to our industry, but also the lifestyles of millions of India. Be it the steps to counter the impact of rapid urbanization or decarbonizing the built environment or achieving the larger objective of the environmental sustainability or brainstorming about the emerging trends in the reality. A lot has been discussed and with active contribution from all of you. I take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to all these distinguished speakers and panelists, all of your thoughtful leaders and your insights and expertise have enriched our understanding of sustainable practices in the real estate industry. Your commitment in promoting the eco-friendly initiatives has inspired all of us. And we are grateful for knowledge you have shared with us in the last 2 days. The special note of thanks to all our sponsors, partners, including the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, who supported this prestigious event. Your support has been indispensable and in making the event possible. It is through your dedication and sustainability that we are able to create the platform for dialogue and collaboration in the pursuit of the fostering the trust with the transparency pathway to 2047 initiative. Special thanks to the Chief Secretary Rajasthan and all RERA, the chairmen and the members. My heartfelt thanks also goes to all the distinguished organizing member, the team under the leadership of our National President, Sri Haribabu Garu, and with the support of the National Secretariat of NAREDCO, who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Your hard work and attention to the details have ensured the smooth flow of event and have made this gathering a memorable experience for all of us. And all our attendees from Pan-India and all the 15 state chapters deserve a special word of appreciation. Your active participation and engagement have been a driving force of this event. Your passion for reimagining the future of real estate in a precursor for positive change in the industry. Once again, thank you all for being part of the transformative event and safe travel. And let us all continue working together towards a greener and more sustainable India's future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I request the President NAREDCO National, Sri Hari Babu, to kindly present a gesture of respect and a planter to Y. Kiran sir for paying such a beautiful vote of thanks to all of us. And along with this, we conclude the 16th National Convention. Thank you so much, everyone. It was wonderful having you here. Stay blessed. Have a wonderful Sunday. Thank you.